Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 4002. Holy Dragon Shitao quickly returned to the spatial gate with the two Nirvana Tribulation elders of the Shi clan residence. Let's go back. Shitao didn't hesitate in the slightest. He wanted to pass through the spatial gate and return to empty Mang City. Jiang Shenwu turned around and brought Shi Yueying with him as he prepared to pass through the spatial gate. However, at that moment, the ring-shaped spatial gate that was emitting a gentle white light suddenly let out an explosive sound before it exploded. This situation caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Fortunately, this spatial gate has not been completely destroyed. I can still repair it. One of the elders of the Shi clan, who was also Shi Yueying's third great-uncle, watched as the spatial gate exploded, but its basic structure still remained. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. It just needs a certain amount of time. Shitao, keep an eye on the surroundings. Don't let any Yao beasts approach. I'll be able to repair the spatial gate in about 5 minutes. All right. Shitao nodded and said to Kang Xinmu, stay here for now and don't move. We'll return as soon as the spatial gate is repaired. Kang Xinmu nodded. But at this moment, his heart was beating faster and faster. The Black Dragon's consciousness was also growing clearer and clearer. It was as if something worthy of the Black Dragon's attention was rapidly approaching them from afar. What could it be? Kang Xinmu's heart skipped a beat. If it was some extremely powerful existence, perhaps even Shitao wouldn't be able to deal with it. If that was the case, all of them would probably perish here. However, given the Scarlet Demon Wolf leader's strength, it's still beyond his power to construct a spatial gate like this. Kang Xinmu began to ponder, his eyes flashing with shrewdness. The one coming now might be the mastermind behind the Scarlet Demon Wolves. He wanted to see what kind of person would use a spatial gate to target the essence of Yao blood. It was true that the origin of demon blood had a strong effect on demonic beasts, but for the demonic beasts of the heaven-opening demon realm, there was no need to travel so far to obtain this thing, right? Unfortunately, he now knew that even the sacred dragon Shitao would not be able to deal with that person once he appeared. If the other party really descended, they would all die here. None of them would be able to escape. However, the Black Dragon's consciousness seems to be getting clearer. Kang Xinmu could now sense the Black Dragon's consciousness in his body gradually awakening. It gave him a rather strange feeling, as though the Black Dragon's consciousness and the existence that was about to arrive had some inexplicable connection. As for whether this was good or bad, Kang Xinmu could not be sure. Right now, the essence of the demon blood is within my body. However, it has already been devoured and turned into my own strength. Even if the other party comes, they won't be able to snatch it away. Kang Xinmu was very sure of this, but if the other party was angry, he could still kill him, and the holy dragon Shitao would most likely not be able to stop him. They might even be buried here together. Shi Yueying's third great-uncle began to repair the slightly shattered spacetime gate while the others stood guard at the side. Not long after, the surrounding world changed color. The wind and clouds were suffused with a scarlet color. It was as if the entire sky had been sliced open, and strands of blood seeped out from it. Moreover, the strands of blood seeped down from the sky like a waterfall, pouring down to the ground. The sky changed color, and even the holy dragon Shitao's expression changed. The one coming is definitely a powerful existence that surpasses me. Shitao's eyes were filled with solemnity. We must hurry. Otherwise, I'm afraid none of us will be able to escape. He threw the 1,000-meter-long corpse of the Scarlet Demon Wolf Chief onto the ground. He was already prepared to fight against the expert that had descended from the demon realm. No matter what, he was now the strongest among them. No matter what, he had to delay the other party no matter what. At the very least, he had to protect the lives of Kang Xinmu and Shi Yueying. He knew very well that under such circumstances, no one could help them. Now that the spacetime gate was in a half-broken state, even if the Dragon King was near Laozhan City, he would not be able to pass through the spacetime gate and come here. They could only rely on themselves. The spacetime gate was rapidly repairing itself, but it did not seem to be fast enough. As the sky changed color, a blood-red light seeped down from the clouds, forming a blood-red sky. The holy dragon Shitao's expression became more and more solemn. Soon after, a pungent wind blew, and a gust of blood blew through the dense forest, causing everyone's divine dragon bodies to be stained with the strong smell of blood. Roar! At this moment, a humongous creature suddenly poked its head out of the clouds. It was a blood-red dragon. Just its head alone was about the same size as the divine dragon that Shitao had transformed into. As the blood-red dragon sped down from the clouds in the sky seemed to be lifted, and a blood-red color covered the world. The giant blood-red eyes of the dragon flashed with a bloodthirsty light. It stared at Shitao, Kong Shinmu, and the others, who were near the shattered spacetime gate. There was a hint of mockery in its eyes, as if it was mocking them for overestimating themselves. Heaven Awakening Dragon. The holy dragon Shitao's expression changed drastically. He had not expected that the ruler of the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm, the Heaven Awakening Dragon, would come in person. What exactly could have caused such a powerful existence to appear? It must be said that the Heaven Awakening Dragon was much more powerful than the Dragon King. Even if the Dragon King came, he would not be a match for the Heaven Awakening Dragon. Perhaps only an existence at the level of the Dragon Emperor would be able to gain some advantage against the Heaven Awakening Dragon. It's a demon dragon indeed. Kong Shinmu's black dragon body was almost completely covered in a layer of blood-red light. Under this layer of blood-red light, his entire black dragon body seemed somewhat ferocious. However, compared to the Heaven Awakening Dragon in the sky, there was still a huge difference. Right now, Jiang Shenwu was not even comparable to an ant in front of the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon. The Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon only needed to casually blow a breath, and Jiang Shenwu would be completely annihilated, turning into ashes amidst the blood. However, at this moment, the source of demon blood in his body began to boil, and the black dragon's consciousness finally awakened completely. One of Kong Shinmu's dragon eyes revealed a feeling of overlooking the world. This divine dragon eye was completely occupied by the black dragon's consciousness at this moment. At the same time, a heart-palpitating aura was released from the divine dragon's eye. The moment this aura appeared, it seemed to be able to contend with the Heaven Awakening Dragon in the sky, causing the other party's bloodthirsty killing intent to dissipate significantly. This situation made the holy dragon Shitao look at Kong Shinmu in surprise. Chapter 4003. The Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon's entire body was blood-red, and the light shone on the earth. He looked at the black dragon that Kong Shinmu had transformed into, and his blood-red eyes showed a hint of seriousness. The huge dragon body of the Heaven Opening Demon Dragon whizzed down from above the clouds. It was as though the entire sky was occupied by the dragon's body. The blood-red color even covered the original demonic moon's light and enveloped everyone below. He had originally come for the origin of demon blood, but now it seemed that he had obtained a great harvest. The powerful black dragon consciousness in Kong Shinmu's body immediately attracted the attention of the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon. "You guys go first, I'll go by some time," Kong Shinmu said in a low voice, and the black dragon that he had transformed into flew straight up. At this moment, even the others present had become unable to move. Only Kong Shinmu could continue to move under the terrifying aura of the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon without any hindrance. This somewhat shocked Holy Dragon Shitao. This boy has secrets. Although he hasn't told us, he's asking us to go first. Is he going to sacrifice himself? Holy Dragon Shitao was somewhat surprised. His current strength was already considered an extremely powerful existence among the dragon warriors. In the entire dragon prison domain, his combat strength was second only to that of the Dragon King. But now, facing the heaven-awakening demon dragon, he could only flee. Shi Yueying's face was full of worry. She did not want to just leave like this and leave Kong Shinmu behind, but now that Kong Shinmu had transformed into a black dragon and was flying up to meet the heaven-awakening demon dragon, the others could only watch from below. The space-time gate has been repaired. After Kong Shinmu transformed into a black dragon and flew up, the space-time gate was finally restored under the repair of Shi Yueying's third great-uncle. Let's go. Shi Yueying's third great-uncle turned around and asked, and then he was surprised. That boy, how did he fly up? He had focused all his attention on repairing the gate of time and space, so he hadn't noticed that Kong Shinmu had actually gone up alone to fight against the heaven-opening demonic dragon. He suddenly felt that it was inconceivable. Logically speaking, among the group of dragon warriors, Kong Shinmu's strength was far inferior to his and the holy dragon Shitao's. Even if someone were to bring up the rear, it should be the old guys like them who would try their best to fight for the young ones' lives. But now, Kong Shinmu had taken the initiative to fly forward in an attempt to block the heaven-awakening demon realm lord, the heaven-awakening demon dragon. Wasn't this a joke? It's fine. You guys go first. Sacred Dragon Shitao remained calm. He had just sensed the mysterious and profound aura emanating from Kong Shinmu's body. That aura made him shudder. Although it seemed that the strength of Kong Shinmu and the heaven-awakening demon dragon were completely unequal, and the heaven-awakening demon dragon could probably kill Kong Shinmu with just a spit of saliva, it was really hard to predict what would happen in reality. Even Sacred Dragon Shitao had never encountered such a thing, but he had heard many strange legends. These legends sounded unbelievable. It was impossible to encounter such things in the dragon prison domain, and they had probably never happened before. But in this world, they really did exist. Now, the consciousness that erupted from Kong Shinmu's body was most likely a legend. Father, what about Kong Shinmu? At this moment, Shi Yueying was a little anxious. She was even unwilling to leave with her third great-uncle. Believe me, he will be fine. I will stay here and guard him. If there are any problems, I will bear them together with him. Sacred Dragon Shitao said in a low voice. It's better for your daughter to stay. Shi Yueying shook her head vigorously. She had already developed feelings for Kong Shinmu. There was no way she would abandon Kong Shinmu and escape alone. Now that Kong Shinmu had flown up to deal with the heaven-awakening demon dragon, she would not escape alone no matter what. You. Sacred Dragon Shitao saw that Shi Yueying had actually turned around. Not only did she not pass through the spatial gate, but she had also rushed out of the vicinity. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. But after thinking about it, he looked up at the sky and saw that Kong Shinmu was facing off against the heaven-awakening demon dragon. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of hope for him. I hope this kid won't disappoint us. Sacred Dragon Shitao steeled his heart and raised his hand. Then let's go. Let them stay here. After all, Shi Yueying was not his only daughter. He couldn't give up everything and stay here. He now trusted Kong Shinmu very much. Just by seeing Kong Shinmu charge forward without hesitation, he knew that Kong Shinmu definitely had a certain degree of confidence in restraining the heaven-awakening demon dragon. If he stayed, it might instead make Kong Shinmu feel apprehensive. After all, the secret Kong Shinmu had revealed was definitely the most important secret in his heart. This secret had probably never been known to anyone else. Therefore, Sacred Dragon Shitao could be considered to have made Shi Yueying stay behind alone. In this way, Shi Yueying would be the only one who could see Kong Shinmu's secret. This would make the two of them even closer. On the other hand, if he left with the others, it would also allow Kong Shinmu to handle his matters freely. He wouldn't have to be restrained just because someone else was by his side. Sacred Dragon Shitao quickly left through the gate of time and space with the two Nirvana Tribulation Realm Dragon Warrior Elders. This surprised Shi Yueying a little. She originally thought that her father wouldn't leave her behind so easily, but the situation was exactly what she wanted. She alone was enough to stay behind to accompany Kang Xinmu. Anyway, even if something happened, her father's strength wouldn't be able to help much. If something happened, let her and Kang Xinmu suffer together, that was what she thought. However, in the sky above, the body of the Black Dragon, which was facing the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon, exuded a mysterious and terrifying aura. In one of the eyes of the Black Dragon, there seemed to be a profound sense that could pierce through the entire universe. Although the body of the Black Dragon was very different from that of the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon, the existence of this profound and mysterious aura made both sides in the sky evenly matched. Shi Tao and the others have left, but Shi Yueying hasn't. However, there's no other way. Now, only the consciousness of the Black Dragon can fight against the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon. Moreover, it might even be able to devour the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon. Kang Xinmu noticed the situation below but didn't pay much attention to it. Most of his attention was focused on the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon and the consciousness of the Black Dragon in his body. The consciousness of the Black Dragon was telling him that the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon in front of him was a mutant dragon warrior that had fused with the blood of some kind of demonic beast. It was a type of dragon warrior. If he devoured it, the quality of Kang Xinmu's divine dragon blood would improve greatly. Let me see what this Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon is capable of. Chapter 4004. When Kang Xinmu roared and charged towards the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon that covered the sky, Shi Yueying was so shocked that she almost screamed. She had never imagined that Kang Xinmu would want to fight the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon head-on. However, it seemed that Kang Xinmu was confident. Otherwise, he would not have rushed to his death like this. He still has to solve the riddle of father. He can't just throw away his life like this. Could it be that he really has a way to deal with this Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon? Shi Yueying was shocked. Even her father, the Holy Dragon Shi Tao, was not a match for this Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon. Now that Kang Xinmu's strength was so far away, how could he possibly defeat the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon? However, she did not expect that Kang Xinmu had no intention of fighting the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon at all. He burst forth, and the Black Dragon consciousness in his body suddenly roared violently. The figure of a black dragon actually swept out from his body, and its ferocious aura was even more terrifying than the heaven-opening demonic dragons. An endless wave of pitch-black devouring power spread out, and in the next moment, it covered the sky and the sun. It was even more terrifying than the heaven-opening demonic dragon's aura. This is... Shi Yueying's expression changed slightly. She felt a terrifying aura coming from the pitch-black devouring power. She had never felt such an aura from Kang Xinmu before. But now, Kang Xinmu's black dragon body was still in midair, but he seemed to have fainted. Outside the black dragon body, a pitch-black devouring power rolled up and condensed into a pitch-black mystical dragon that was even larger than the heaven-awakening demon dragon. The moment this pitch-black mystical dragon appeared, it immediately suppressed the heaven-awakening demon dragon's aura. Oh! This is... The heaven-awakening demon dragon was a dragon warrior in the past. Now that he had become a demonic beast master, he was also considered a mystical dragon. Now that he felt the mysterious black dragon's aura, he immediately felt the threat from the pitch-black devouring power in front of him. He was shocked and bewildered. He did not know what kind of existence it was. He had wanted to devour the power of the demon blood source, but the demon blood source was devoured by Kang Xinmu and entered Kang Xinmu's body. Now that Kang Xinmu was in front of him, he had a bad feeling. Although he looked like a small dragon warrior, the aura in his body was too astonishing. Roar! The next moment, before the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon could do anything, the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon had already been engulfed by the Heaven Awakening Dragon. The endless devouring power was like a smokescreen that covered the sky. It shrouded the heaven-opening demon dragon from all directions and trapped it within. What Shi Yueying and the other demon beasts in the Heaven Awakening Demon realm couldn't see was that the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon began to fight against the devouring power. Unfortunately, it was no match for the devouring power. But now, Dragon had on like it was like a awakening demon dragon was as Heaven Dragon Zhou. That was dragon, King Dragon was weak. Heaven Dragon was demon. But now, in front of the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon, he was as weak as a baby. The power of the demon blood surged out ferociously, but it was unable to break through the obstruction of the devouring power. The devouring power gathered more and more, enveloping the heaven-opening demon dragon within. The heaven-opening demon dragon, who was like a god just now, was completely suppressed. The Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon roared and charged. But no matter what he did, he could not break through the Heaven Awakening Demon Beast King's encirclement. This was a result he had never expected. He did not expect to encounter such a situation. What kind of existence was this Heaven Awakening Demon Beast King? Feeling that he was about to be devoured, he felt a sense of fear. He did not want to die. He did not want to die like this. He still wanted to rise and become stronger. His consciousness revealed such a thought. Then, a thought was transmitted to the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon's mind. This thought shocked him. It was as if he had just learned something incredible. Immediately, he no longer had any thoughts of resisting the Heaven Awakening Demon Beast King. He let it gather and condense into a special force that eroded his body. It flowed through his muscles, bones, and blood vessels. At this time, Kong Shinmu finally woke up. He opened his pair of black dragon eyes and realized that the engulfing power had finally dissipated. The intimidating aura of the heaven-opening demon dragon had also completely disappeared. It had become somewhat obedient and docile. "My lord. I am Heaven Awakening Demon Beast King. I am willing to serve my lord." Heaven Awakening Demon Beast King immediately transformed into a young man in blood-red armor. He flew in front of Kong Shinmu and bowed respectfully with cupped fists. This situation made Kong Shinmu a little confused. He released the consciousness of the mysterious black dragon. Originally, he wondered if the black dragon could devour the Heaven Awakening Demon Beast King. Now, it seemed that the mysterious black dragon did not devour the Heaven Awakening Demon Beast King. However, it seemed to make the dragon more obedient. This Heaven Awakening Demon Beast King actually addressed Kong Shinmu as "my lord." It was obvious that he was prepared to serve him as his lord. Kong Shinmu did not think that the Heaven Awakening Demon Beast King was lying to him. He was so weak now. There was no need for the dragon to lie to him. Let her leave this place first. Kong Shinmu thought for a while and focused his attention on Shi Yueying, who was in the dense forest below. Whether it was for safety reasons or because it was not convenient for others to know what was going to happen next, Kong Shinmu had to ensure Shi Yueying's safe return first. "Yes, my lord." The Heaven Awakening Demon Beast King nodded solemnly. Then, he raised his hand. A wave of blood-red power appeared and condensed into a space-time gate in front of Shi Yueying. Through this space-time gate, you can return to the territory of the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. Let your subordinate go over first and then come back to try. Kong Shinmu did not trust the dragon just like that. Instead, he let the dragon send one of his subordinates over to try. Yes. The Heaven Awakening Demon Beast did not hesitate and directly sent an ordinary demonic beast to step into the space-time gate. Then, it ran back through the space-time gate. This proved that the other side of the space-time gate was absolutely safe. "Shi Yueying, go back first. I will be back soon." Kang Shinmu saw that the demonic beast had gone over and then returned. He knew that there was no problem with the spacetime gate. So, he let Shi Yueying leave first. It's good that you are fine. Be careful. Shi Yueying was a little reluctant. However, under such circumstances, she understood that there was no point for her to stay. Now, she had recovered a little from the initial shock. This terrifying Heaven Awakening Demon Beast King, who had informed the entire Heaven Awakening Demon realm and whose strength was equivalent to that of the Dragon King Qiu, suddenly served Kang Shinmu as his lord? However, she knew that she could not get the answer to this question now. Perhaps even Kang Shinmu did not know the answer. With such a feeling, Shi Yueying stepped into the spacetime gate. Important announcement, please be patient and read it. Actually, everyone knows that I am already married. My wife is my university classmate. Readers call her Sister Xia. After graduation, we got married. Because I was busy with work and had to take care of my daily life, she has been unemployed. I am very grateful to her. However, I also know that everyone has their own dreams. They have their own work and topics to talk about. She is so young. I cannot let her become a housewife. I want her to be happy and have her own career. So, with my advice and help, she opened a Taobao shop. It mainly sells young men's clothing. T-shirts, shorts, and summer clothes are all available. The clothes are not expensive. They are priced at around 60 yuan. Small profits but quick turnover. Honest business. The goods have been personally inspected and the quality is not bad. There is a guarantee. Summer is here. Let's buy some clothes. I hope my brothers will support us after the opening of the new shop. In order to support his wife's career, Madman honestly did the following work. First, he worked hard to update 10 chapters. Second, he asked her to find a factory to customize 3 styles of dragon blood and sky-swallowing t-shirts, a total of 300 pieces. The clothes are very beautiful. I am wearing them. When I open the shop, there are 3 styles in the most obvious position. They are dragon blood, sky-swallowing, and Qingyang plus dragon. Third, he customized 300 sky-swallowing posters. All of them have been personally signed. They will be given to the first 300 handsome men who placed an order. The pen name is not valuable. Just a souvenir. Don't laugh at me. Fourth, he organized a cameo event. Anyone who placed an order and received a piece of clothing can leave a 5-star rating and the name of the character you want to appear in the book in the comments section of the clothing. Then, you can get a character to appear in the book. In short, it is to get a character in the book with a 5-star rating. Because it is a Xianxia novel, everyone should try to leave a Xianxia-style name. Don't bring any characters like Li Erden. Xia will arrange all the 5-star rated character names for Madman. These are the 4 major activities. In addition, there are 2 free shipping activities for the entire event. Important. The name of the shop is Qingyang Studio. Everyone can open Taobao on their phones and search for Shop Qingyang Studio in the search box. Remember to add the words studio in the future. She will also do some design. She will design some clothes that are more Xianxia and have elements of China mythology. Chapter 4005. After Shi Yueying left, Kang Shinmu breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing for him to worry about for the time being. However, Kang Shinmu did not know why this Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon would recognize him as its master. He only knew that this matter was definitely related to the Black Dragon's consciousness in his body. As for the specifics, he did not know. Since you recognize me as your master, then is this Heaven Awakening Demon realm my territory? Kang Shinmu calmed himself down and asked the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon, who had transformed into a human form and was wearing blood-red armor. Of course. The humanoid Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon smiled and was very humble in front of Kong Shinmu. This entire Heaven Awakening Demon realm belongs to my master, including the trillions of demon beasts here. They will all listen to your command. How many demon beasts equivalent to the Nirvana Tribulation realm are there in this Heaven Awakening Demon realm? Kong Shinmu asked. There are more than 1,000 Nirvana Tribulation realm demon beasts. Among them, there are 9 Nirvana Tribulation realm demon beasts with the bloodline of the sacred dragon. The rest are mostly demon beasts with the bloodline of the sky dragon. Qi Tian introduced, my master. I have been in the Heaven Awakening Demon realm for more than 100 years. I am the master of those 9 sacred dragon Nirvana Tribulation realm demon beasts. As long as I control those 9 Nirvana Tribulation realm demon beasts, I can command the billions of demon beasts in the entire Heaven Awakening Demon realm. Sounds good. Kong Shinmu nodded, surprised by the current situation. At first, he did not expect such a turn of events. Now it seemed that he had really gotten a great deal. Although it was because of the Black Dragon's consciousness, this would undoubtedly become his capital for survival and development in the future. In the entire Heaven Awakening Demon realm, there were trillions of demon beasts. There were also 9 Nirvana Tribulation realm demon beasts equivalent to the bloodline of the sacred dragon. Each of them was as strong as the sacred dragon Shi Tao and the sacred dragon Xia Yan. In addition to the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon himself, the overall strength of the Heaven Awakening Demon realm far exceeded the entire Dragon Prison domain. The overall strength of the Heaven Awakening Demon realm far exceeds that of the Dragon Prison domain. However, it is still quite difficult to compare to the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. The Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon seemed to see what Kong Shinmu was thinking and said respectfully, however, our demon realm also has an alliance. The Heaven Awakening Demon realm is only one of the Demon Realm Alliance. If the Heaven Awakening Demon realm is attacked by the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty and other forces, the other demon realms will also come to support. In other words, as long as we're in the Heaven Enlightening Demon realm, we're basically absolutely safe. Kong Shinmu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be an alliance in the demon realm and an agreement to provide support. This was also the reason why these demon realms could exist until now. Otherwise, with so many resources in the Heaven Awakening Demon realm, it would have long been conquered by the Dragon Warrior Kingdom like the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. The specific location of our Heaven Awakening Demon realm is under a mountain near the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. Qi Tian continued, in other words, we're actually outside the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. If my lord wants to go back, you can use this subordinate's time-space gate to leave at any time. Whenever you want to come back, you can also inform this subordinate to open the time-space gate for you to return to the Heaven Awakening Demon realm. That's great. Kong Shinmu nodded, then how do I inform you when I'm in the outside world? This is the dragon's scale on this subordinate's body. My lord only needs to transfer your innate power to this dragon scale and this subordinate will be able to sense it. Moreover, I will create a time-space gate at the location of the dragon scale. Qi Tian respectfully handed a blood-red dragon scale to Kong Shinmu. How about giving me a few more pieces of this dragon scale? Kong Shinmu took the dragon scale and asked with a light smile. Of course, but this subordinate can only give you 3 dragon scales at most. If there are more, this subordinate can't take care of them all. After all, the place where my lord is located is very far from the Heaven Awakening Demon realm. Qi Tian took out 2 more blood-red dragon scales and handed them to Kong Shinmu. Kong Shinmu put away the 3 blood-red dragon scales and still felt like he was in a dream. He didn't expect that he would go to the Heaven Awakening Demon realm. He thought that he would be buried here, but in the end, by a freak combination of factors, he was the ruler of the entire Heaven Awakening Demon realm. The master of the entire demon realm, the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon, was in front of him. He couldn't help but believe this fact. All of this was brought to me by the Black Dragon's consciousness. Even this Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon is so respectful and obedient. What kind of existence is the Black Dragon's consciousness? What happened when I lost consciousness just now? Kang Shinmu had questions in his heart, but he knew that he didn't have the strength and qualifications to answer these questions. He had to continue to cultivate and move forward until he had stronger power. At least, he had to become stronger than this Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon. In such a large Heaven Awakening Demon realm, are there any treasures of heaven and earth that can be used by me to improve my cultivation? Thinking of this, Kang Shinmu asked the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon. Of course. When Qi Tian heard this, he laughed. In my Heaven Awakening Demon realm, there are many demonic beasts. The treasures of heaven and earth that demonic beasts and dragon warriors need to improve are different kinds. If you want to find treasures like the source of demonic Qi in the Heaven Awakening Demon realm, it may be more difficult, but to find treasures of heaven and earth that can help dragon warriors improve, it is really too easy. My lord, please wait a moment. Near this subordinate's lair, there is a stalk of soul blood ginseng that has grown for more than 100 years. It is a great supplement for a dragon warrior and can greatly increase the innate talent of a dragon warrior. As his voice fell, Qi Tian once again turned into a blood-red demonic dragon that covered the sky and soared into the distant sky. Kang Shinmu watched the other party leave and was not in a hurry to wait. Anyway, now that he had successfully commanded the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon, there was no need to be anxious. Instead, he was more worried about Shi Yueying, who had just left. While Qi Tian was looking for the soul blood ginseng, Kang Shinmu flew down to the dense forest below and then stepped through the spacetime door. After the white light shrouded him, he opened his eyes and found that he had come to another deep mountain forest. However, looking into the distance, he could see some familiar mountains. That's right, as long as I pass through that mountain range, I will be near Empty Mang's city. Kang Shinmu nodded with satisfaction. The Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon really did not deceive him. When Kang Shinmu appeared, a group of figures immediately ran out of the dense forest, and a warm and fragrant figure rushed into his arms. Chapter 4006. This beautiful figure was none other than Shi Yueying, who had just left through the spatial gate. Beside her were the sacred dragon Shi Tao and 2 other elders of the Shi clan. When they saw Jiang Shenwu emerge from the gate of space and time, they were so shocked that their jaws almost fell off. This kid, he actually came back alive from the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon. Shi Tao and the others were all stunned. They had not expected the final outcome to be like this. First of all, they had not expected Shi Yueying to escape first. They had thought that Kang Shinmu would definitely die inside, but Kang Shinmu had still managed to escape in the end. However, what they did not know was that Kang Shinmu had not escaped, but had been sent out after he had taken control of the entire Heaven Awakening Demon realm. Of course, Kang Shinmu would not say this out loud. As for Shi Yueying, who had somewhat guessed it, she did not say much. She just hugged him tightly, as if afraid that he would be accidentally taken away. It's all right. I'm back. Everyone, let's go back first. Kang Shinmu patted the young girl's shoulder to comfort her. Now Kang Shinmu's thoughts were starting to become clear. Without a doubt, his greatest trump cards were the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon and the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm. If any opponent wanted to force him to his death, he could at most retreat to the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm. Even the Yen Dragon Emperor's court could not do anything to him, let alone the Dragon Prison. Moreover, he could now rely on the resources of the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm to rapidly improve himself. The Heaven Awakening Demon Realm was full of demon beasts, and many of the cultivation resources that dragon warriors needed were of no use to demon beasts. Now that Kang Shinmu had taken control of the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm, he could naturally use these resources to make himself stronger. After so long, the sky is almost bright. Shi Tao knew that Kang Shinmu was definitely hiding some secrets, but he did not think too much about it. He would not deliberately pry into other people's secrets. In any case, he only needed to know that Kang Xinmu had no ill intentions towards them. Under this premise, the stronger Kang Xinmu was, the more talented he was, the more potential he had, and the more valuable he would be to Shi Tao and the others. "Shall we go back together?" Shi Tao asked Kang Xinmu tentatively. "There's no need. Everyone, please go back first." Kang Xinmu shook his head. After all, he still had things to do in the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm. Qi Tian had just gone to find and collect resources for him to improve his cultivation level as a dragon martial artist. He wanted to seize this opportunity to improve himself first. "All right. Daughter, let's return to Empty Mang's city first." Shi Tao nodded solemnly and said to Shi Yueying. Shi Yueying was a little reluctant, but she could tell from the relationship between the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon and Kang Xinmu that the relationship between Kang Xinmu and the dragon was a little unusual. Now that Kang Xinmu should have stayed behind to deal with something, she didn't think too much about it. In any case, since Kang Xinmu could come out of the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm once, he could come out a second time. There wouldn't be any danger. She followed her father, Shi Tao, and 2 elders of the Shi clan residents. They turned and rushed in the direction of Empty Mang's city to clean up the chaos caused by the Scarlet Demon Wolf Horde. As for Kang Xinmu, he watched their backs disappear from his sight, then turned and stepped back into the space-time gate, returning to the blood-red Heaven Awakening Demon Realm in the sky. At this time, the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon returned. "My lord, time is limited. I have found these 3 secret medicines." The Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon transformed into a human form and landed in front of Kang Xinmu. He waved his hand and temporarily removed the space-time gate. After all, he felt that Kang Xinmu would definitely take these 3 secret medicines. He couldn't let outsiders come in through the space-time gate to disturb him, so he might as well remove it first. "All right." Kang Xinmu nodded and glanced at the 3 secret medicines that the other party handed over. Among these 3 secret herbs, one of them was the Qitian spirit grass that he had taken before. This thing was considered a rare medicinal herb in the entire dragon prison domain that could only be found by luck. It contained rich spiritual qi and was a great tonic for dragon martial artists. The other 2 were the dragon soul fruit and the heavenly blood branch. These 2 things were even more precious and rare than the Qitian spirit grass. If they appeared in the dragon prison domain, many of the Holy Dragon Residence's Holy Dragon experts would definitely come out to fight for them. These 3 secret medicines were found by Qi Tian as a greeting gift to Kang Xinmu. There were many other cultivation resources in the entire Heaven Awakening Demon Realm, but he couldn't find so many in a short time. He needed to collect and organize them before he could bring more. "All right. I will take these 3 secret medicines first. In the future, I will make a trip to the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm every month. Prepare the cultivation herbs for me." Kang Xinmu nodded in satisfaction. He was already very surprised to find these 3 secret medicines in such a short time. Qi Tian was quite efficient. "My lord, feel free to take these 3 secret medicines." Qi Tian bowed respectfully and then retreated. With a raise of his hand, a blood-colored barrier enveloped the area where Kang Xinmu was, protecting him in this area. There were many traces of the existence of monsters in the surrounding dense forest, but on the one hand, the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon was here, and on the other hand, there was the blood-colored barrier. This made Kang Xinmu in an absolutely safe state. Kang Xinmu knew that now was the time for him to take the secret medicine. He picked out the dragon soul fruit first and then condensed waves of pitch-black devouring power in his palm. The appearance of this devouring power allowed him to completely absorb the spiritual energy contained in the dragon soul fruit into his body without any harm, turning it into power to improve his cultivation. Seeing the pitch-black devouring power appear in his hand, Qi Tian, who was in human form outside the blood-colored barrier, had a look of reverence in his eyes. Although he didn't know what kind of existence was hidden in Kang Shinmu's body, he was very clear that this existence was definitely not something he could come into contact with at his current level. Dragon King? Dragon Emperor? In front of the existence in Kang Shinmu's body, he was simply like an ant. As a dragon martial artist, since Qi Tian could come to the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm to become a commander, he naturally had his own ambitions. If he had only relied on himself to reach the level of the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm's leader, he had basically reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to go to the next level, it would be extremely difficult. But now, an excellent opportunity had appeared in front of him. That was the existence in Kang Shinmu's body. I'll serve this existence first. In the future, when he rises, it will be the time for me to rise. Qi Tian's eyes were full of ambition. At this time, the devouring power in Kang Shinmu's body surged out and continuously devoured the spiritual energy contained in the dragon soul fruit. Soon, he could feel the talent power in his body surging, and the feeling of his cultivation level about to rise soon arrived. Originally, Kang Shinmu was in the 4th level of the divine martial realm, and he had just advanced not long ago. Chapter 4007. Kang Shinmu did not expect to have such an opportunity, but all of this was brought to him by the black dragon consciousness in his body. He knew very well that this was not a resource that truly belonged to him. But no matter what, as long as it could make him stronger, he had no reason not to accept it. After taking the dragon soul fruit, Kang Shinmu continued to devour the blood heaven-nourishing branch and Qitian spirit grass. Although the heaven and earth spiritual energy contained in these two was not as good as the dragon soul fruit, it was not much worse. For dragon martial artists, they were also rare resources. Even for a genius like Ji Yeshuan, it was rare for her to encounter such materials. The most important thing was that these three precious materials were completely ordinary things in the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm. Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon found 3 of them at once. If he waited for a month, he would definitely be able to find more. In this way, I will definitely be able to improve by 1 realm every month, and I will not be far from the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Kang Shinmu thought in his heart, looking forward to the future of cultivation. As he devoured the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the blood heaven-nourishing branch and Qitian spirit grass, his whole body's aura suddenly changed, and he finally broke through to the 5th level of the divine martial realm. To be able to improve in such a short time was something that other dragon martial artists did not even dare to think about. Even Kang Shinmu did not have such an idea before, but now it seemed that his speed of improvement was much faster than he had imagined. Qi Tian, well done. I will leave first and come back in a month. After Kang Shinmu devoured the 3 rare materials, he opened his eyes and said to Qi Tian. Qi Tian bowed respectfully, yes. Seeing his respectful attitude, Kang Shinmu knew that the black dragon consciousness in his body was extraordinary, and his curiosity about it grew. And this also increased his desire to find his father, but he was very clear that it was not that easy to find his father's traces. He took a deep look at Qi Tian, then took the 3 blood-red dragon scales on his body and asked Qi Tian to open a spacetime door again, and then left the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm. Only 1 night had passed since the Scarlet Demon Wolves attacked Mtimang City. When Kang Shinmu came out of the Heaven Opening Demon Realm, the sun had just risen and shone on the earth, illuminating the bloody scene outside Laozhan City. The Scarlet Demon Wolf's rampage last night had dyed the entire Mtimang City in a blood-red color. In the distance, a few powerful dragon martial artists finally rushed over from the direction of Dragon Prison City. They should be other experts who received the news and came to investigate the vicinity of Laozhan City. Fortunately, I came out a little earlier. Otherwise, I would have been discovered by them. Kang Shinmu thought to himself, feeling a little lucky. Although he was not afraid of others finding out about the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm, if they found out about his relationship with the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm, the situation would be a little troublesome. It didn't matter to him, but it was likely to implicate others, such as the sacred dragon Shi Tao and Shi Yueying from the Shi clan, or Jiang Yuaning from the Jiang clan. He quickly ran toward Emtimang City. However, he was not as fast as the powerful dragon martial artists in the sky when he ran through the mountain forest. Those powerful dragon martial artists were sacred dragon experts like Shi Tao, and they were not at the same level as Xia Yan. It seemed that their cultivation levels were higher than sacred dragons and Xia Yan's. Could it be the existences beside Dragon King? Jiang Shenwu had previously heard that the enslaved Dragon King had a few divine dragon experts by his side. They were known as enslaved dragon envoys. There were a total of 5 dragon envoys, and they had complete control over the entire dragon prison domain. And now, there were 3 of them in the sky. Clearly, the incident with the Scarlet Demon Wolf had alarmed Dragon King, causing him to send out 3 dragon envoys. 3 dragon envoys, and it seems that 2 of them are women. Kang Xinmu looked at the sky and observed for a moment, but soon shook his head. What happened to the 3 of them had nothing to do with him. He had to return to Emtimang City first and meet up with sacred dragon Shi Tao and the others. Otherwise, it might arouse suspicion. Shi Tao would not say anything, but if the dragon envoys became suspicious, it would not be a good thing. When Kang Xinmu returned to the city gate of Emtimang City, he found that the gate was still closed, but there were more guards on the city wall. When she saw Kang Xinmu, a young girl on the city wall immediately ordered the gate to be opened. This young girl was Shi Yueying. She must have taken the initiative to come here and wait for Kang Xinmu. After the gate opened, Shi Yueying came to greet him. Kang Xinmu, are you okay? Shi Yueying had been worried all night, and now that she saw Kang Xinmu return safely, she was finally relieved. Not only am I fine, but I also profited from this disaster. Kang Xinmu smiled and hugged the young girl. The young girl sensed for a moment and found that Kang Xinmu's aura was stronger than before. Clearly, he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation realm, which surprised her. But on second thought, she had only just stepped into the divine martial arts realm, and the gap between her and Kang Xinmu seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. This made her a little sad and uncomfortable, but as long as Kang Xinmu was fine, she could rest assured for the time being. Let's go, father is waiting for you. Originally, Shi Yueying had a cold expression on her face to everyone. But now, only when she was facing Jiang Shenwu could one see her smiling face. The 2 of them walked towards the Lord's mansion of Emtimang City. The 3 dragon envoys in the sky had already landed in the Lord's mansion before them, obviously to investigate the situation. That's the whole story. In the end, we destroyed the space-time gate and returned. When Kang Xinmu and Shi Yueying arrived, the holy dragon Shi Tao was explaining the situation to the dragon envoys. He had also said everything about the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm, but he naturally concealed the matter between Kang Xinmu and the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon. Those who knew about this were all important figures in the Shi clan mansion, and they were also Shi Yueying's relatives. Naturally, they wouldn't betray them now, as it wouldn't do them any good. Understood. This time, it's all thanks to Lord Shi's help. When we report the situation to Lord Dragon King will definitely reward Lord Shi. Then, she glanced at Jiang Shenwu and Shi Yueying, who had just walked into the hall, and was a little surprised. That's right, a beautiful woman in silver armor said to Shi Tao with a serious expression. This is the little brother you mentioned, Kang Xinmu? It said that he defeated all the heroes in the clan martial competition and won the championship. The beautiful woman glanced curiously at Kang Xinmu. Chapter 4008. The beautiful lady was very interested in Kang Xinmu, but she was only here to investigate the situation in Laozhan City. Shi Tao had already explained everything to her, so there was no need for her to stay here any longer. In that case, let's go back and report to Lord Dragon King. If anything happens, inform Dragon Prison City immediately. The beautiful lady took one last look at Kang Shinmu, then left the governor's residence with the 2 Dragon Prison envoys behind her. They were satisfied with Shi Tao's explanation. The most important thing was that the matter was over, and they did not need to do anything. This made them feel much more relaxed, and they could directly report back. Originally, they thought that they would have to go through a bloody battle. They did not expect the Scarlet Demon Wolves to have retreated by the time they arrived. Kang Shinmu felt that the beautiful Lady Dragon Prison envoy seemed to have some kind of opinion of him, but he could not guess it. He could only shake his head and not think too much about it. Kang Shinmu, Yueying, you are finally back. Come, have a good rest. After resting, we will rush back to Jiang Longcheng. Holy Dragon Shi Tao immediately invited Kang Shinmu to take a seat, but changed the topic and asked, by the way, are you still going back to Jiang Longcheng now? In his opinion, Kang Shinmu was in good condition. His cultivation had increased by another level, and he seemed to have some connection with the ruler of the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm. Although he did not know what the connection was, it was not a bad thing. Under such circumstances, logically speaking, Jiang Shenwu should be consolidating his cultivation base and improving himself. It did not seem particularly appropriate to rashly return to Jiang Longcheng to investigate his father, Jiang Zizai. Of course I have to go back. Kang Shinmu nodded and said firmly. He still had 3 blood-red dragon scales in his arms. If he encountered any danger, he could use these 3 dragon scales to let the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon break the space and bring him back to the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it was, he had to return to Jiang Longcheng to investigate his father. After all, if he didn't go now, he didn't know when he should go. If he wanted to wait until his strength was strong enough to deal with all the difficulties, he didn't know how long it would take. Alright, since you insist on leaving, I'll have Yueying accompany you. She'll be able to look after you. Remember to inform us immediately if anything happens. Shi Tao said in a deep voice. Alright. Kang Shinmu nodded solemnly. Since Shi Tao had entrusted his daughter to him, he would definitely take good care of Shi Yueying and not let anything happen to her. Even if he had to use his life to protect her, he would not hesitate. This was because Kang Shinmu knew that Shi Tao had asked Shi Yueying to return with him purely to protect him. If Shi Yueying wasn't by his side, there would probably be a lot of people who wanted to take action against Kang Shinmu. However, things were different with Shi Yueying around. They had to consider whether they could bear the wrath of the Shi clan residents. In this way, Kang Shinmu and Shi Yueying rested for another night in Laoshan City. They finally set off on the morning of the 3rd day. At this time, Shi Tao had already left with the Shi clan elders. The entire Laoshan City was in an uproar because of the Scarlet Demon Wolf's attack. Fortunately, the matter was resolved perfectly in the end. Laoshan City did not suffer too much damage. No one knew that the resolution of all this had something to do with Kang Shinmu. If not for Kang Shinmu, the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon would definitely have devoured the source of demon blood in Laoshan City. Even the sacred dragon Shi Tao would not have been able to stop it. Set off, move forward. Destination, Jiang Longcheng. It had been more than half a year since Jiang Shenwu left Great Jiang Dragon City. Previously, he was forced out by the Jiang clan's patriarch Jiang Rong. But now, he was returning to Great Jiang Dragon City, and no one dared to stop him. Even the other members of the Jiang clan had to be respectful to Kang Shinmu when they saw him. After all, it was because Jiang Shenwu had obtained first place in the clan martial competition in Dragon Prison City that the entire Jiang clan had received a favor. Every clansman of the Jiang clan was able to obtain even more cultivation resources. This made many of the Jiang clan's dragon warriors feel grateful to Kang Shinmu. Even Jiang Rong could not cover the sky with one hand in the Jiang clan. It was impossible for him to refute everyone's thoughts alone. When they learned that Kang Xinmu was returning to Jiang Longcheng, many dragon warriors formed teams to welcome Kang Xinmu and Shi Yueying outside the magnificent Jiang Longcheng. As for Jiang Rong, he had chosen to abdicate before Kang Xinmu returned, giving up his position as Jiang clan's patriarch. Although there was no one else qualified to take over as Jiang clan's patriarch, as long as Jiang Rong chose to abdicate, Kang Xinmu would not force him too much. This was to prevent him from doing something crazy out of desperation. They are all welcoming you, treating you as a hero. Outside Jiang Xinwu's dragon city, many dragon martial artists lined up in 2 rows in the majestic sky, making way for Jiang Xinwu to walk through the air towards Jiang Xinwu's dragon city. The champion of Dragon Prison City's clan tournament had surpassed the Meng tribe, the Ji tribe, the Zong tribe, and so on. It was the supreme glory of the entire Jiang clan. They had never thought that today, when the entire clan was declining, there would be an expert like Kang Xinmu who would emerge to fight for glory for the Jiang clan in the clan tournament. Jiang Yuaning's divine dragon form was also in the crowd, cheering with the crowd to welcome Kang Xinmu's return. Yuaning. When Kang Xinmu saw this familiar figure, he returned to his human form and waved at her. Seeing him return with Shi Yueying, Jiang Yuaning seemed to understand something. She returned to her human form, smiled at Kang Xinmu, and then turned to leave. She did not greet Kang Xinmu. This situation made Kang Xinmu suddenly sad. Jiang Yuaning seemed to have seen him and Shi Yueying walking together, so she did not disturb them. She wanted to let him and Shi Yueying be together. Is she thinking too much, or does she have feelings for me? Kang Xinmu's expression was a little absent-minded, unsure of Jiang Yuaning's thoughts. If it was just as a friend, there was no need for her to retreat. But now that she had left quietly, it was probably because she had some feelings for Kang Xinmu, so she did not want to disturb him and Shi Yueying in such a situation. Shaking his head, Kang Xinmu did not think too much about it. He had to first find Jiang Rong, and then interrogate him about the whereabouts of his father, Jiang Zizai. Also, he had not seen his mother for a long time. Now that he was back, he had to take good care of her. Chapter 4009. Kang Xinmu and Shi Yueying did not expect Jiang Rong to escape. This was not a situation they wanted to see. After all, Jiang Rong was the only person who had clues about Jiang Zizai's disappearance. If he did not appear, it would be too difficult for Kang Xinmu to find other clues. Why did he escape? Could it be that my father's disappearance was so mysterious that he felt that it would be dangerous to continue investigating? Kang Xinmu frowned. He could not figure out what was going on with Jiang Rong. He probably felt that it would be dangerous to investigate uncle's whereabouts, so he did not want to participate. But no matter what, we must find him. Shi Yueying's expression was cold. She had always been like this, but after being with Kang Xinmu, she became gentler. Now, when faced with the matter of Jiang Rong's escape, her character once again manifested. She had a cold expression on her face as she recalled the first time she met Jiang Rong in the Dragon Prison City. This person was already very biased against Jiang Xinwu, causing her to never have a good impression of him. But now, when Kang Xinmu returned, Jiang Rong had actually escaped. This made her dislike him even more. Yes, I don't know where he ran off to, or if he left any clues. I'll go see my mother first, then immediately set off to find him. Kang Xinmu said to Shi Yueying, then flew towards Great Jiang Dragon City. Ever since Kang Xinmu left, although Gu Yuero was alone, she had Jiang Yuaning to take care of her. Her life had been good, and Jiang Rong did not dare to be presumptuous towards her. Kang Xinmu had not returned for a long time, so he missed his mother very much. So he went straight to find Gu Yuero. Shi Yueying naturally followed him. At this moment, she was a little nervous. After all, she was about to meet Kang Shinmu's mother, the mother of the person she liked. She could not help but worry. What if she did not have a good impression of her? But she did not have time to think too much. Kang Shinmu quickly returned to the courtyard where Gu Yuero lived. After all, they were in a hurry to find the escaped Jiang Rong. "Mother, I'm back." Kang Shinmu took gentle steps and stepped into Gu Yuero's room. With a glance, he saw her sitting by the table, holding a bronze mirror in her hand. However, this bronze mirror did not reflect her appearance, but a mountain forest. In this mountain forest, a middle-aged man was currently trudging through the mountains and rivers, advancing with great difficulty. "Shenwu, you're back." Gu Yuero's voice was filled with gentleness, but at the same time, it also carried a bit of seriousness. "Although I miss you, there's something that you must do first. I've already predicted that Jiang Rong would flee. This copper mirror reflects Jiang Rong's current location. Since he hasn't run too far, you should quickly chase after him with the copper mirror." After saying this, Gu Yuero handed the copper mirror to Kang Shinmu. This caused Kang Shinmu's expression to change slightly. He was pleasantly surprised. "Mother, how did you know his whereabouts?" "I've already predicted that he would flee, so I left some clues on his body. These clues can reflect his current location in this copper mirror." Gu Yuero smiled slightly. "Thank you, Mother." Kang Shinmu could never have imagined that his mother, who was originally worrying about how to find the escaped Jiang Rong, had already prepared everything for him. "What are you thanking me for?" Gu Yuero shook her head. "I'm still counting on you to find your father. This Jiang Rong should know something, otherwise he wouldn't have fled like this. When you find him, you must ask him clearly. That place should be very dangerous, so you must be extremely careful." "Don't worry, Mother." Kang Shinmu nodded his head solemnly. "I'll go get him now." After saying this, he turned his head and remembered that there was a young girl following behind him. He introduced her. "Mother, this is Shi Yueying. Back in Dragon Prisoner City, she helped me quite a bit." "Shi Yueying, this is my mother." Yueying greets auntie. Shi Yueying politely saluted and bowed her body. Gu Yuero sized up Shi Yueying and revealed a gratified smile. "Good, no need to be so courteous. My father disappeared when my Shenwu was very young, so I'll have to trouble you to take care of him." "It's no trouble at all." Shi Yueying waved her hands. In her heart, she thought, how would she dare to dislike Kang Shinmu for being troublesome? It was already good enough that she didn't become Kang Shinmu's trouble. One had to know that Kang Shinmu's current strength was definitely much stronger than hers. Furthermore, he had the support of a mysterious power. His future was absolutely limitless. She didn't know how far he could go. Perhaps even her father wouldn't be able to match up to the future Kang Shinmu. In this kind of situation, she naturally wouldn't dislike Kang Shinmu like Gu Yuero said. The main thing was that she already had a very good impression of Kang Shinmu. She couldn't wait to like him, so how could she dislike him? "Then, auntie, we'll be leaving first." Seeing that Kang Shinmu was a little anxious, Shi Yueying took the initiative to suggest leaving. "All right, be careful on the way," Gu Yuero solemnly reminded. After Kang Shinmu and Shi Yueying bade farewell, they left Jianglong City. As for Jiang Rong's exact location, even Kang Shinmu wasn't sure. The location marked in the bronze mirror was rather ordinary. There were mountains and rivers, but there were too many such terrains around Jianglong City. "Let's find someone who's more familiar with the area to observe," Shi Yueying asked tentatively. She looked at the situation in the bronze mirror and realized that Jiang Rong was still constantly moving. If it was someone who was more familiar with the area, they would be able to tell where he was escaping to. "Let's find Jiang Yuaning." Kang Shinmu thought about it and made the decision. He didn't have many friends in the Jiang clan. He had always endured loneliness and solitude, walking the path of cultivation alone. Jiang Yuaning could be said to be one of his best friends. However, Jiang Yuaning probably didn't know much about the scene in the bronze mirror. Kang Xinmu actually wanted to ask Jiang Yuaning's father. He was a good friend of Jiang Zizai's when they were young, and he was very experienced. He had always been out hunting in the vicinity of Jianglong City, so he was more familiar with the environment. All right. Shi Yueying didn't think too much and nodded. They flew all the way to where Jiang Yuaning's family was, but very quickly, they were met with a closed door. The reason was that Jiang Yuaning's father had blocked them outside the door, not allowing them to enter, let alone help him observe Jiang Rong's location. What's going on? Kang Xinmu was a little puzzled. Chapter 40:10. Kang Xinmu also sensed it. Was it because Jiang Yuaning had just returned and suffered grievances, so her father was unwilling to help him? Forget it. Kang Xinmu did not want to embarrass Shi Yueying, so he could only leave with her temporarily. What he did not know was that after he left, Jiang Yuaning's father could not help but sigh. Indeed, how could Jiang Zizai's son be an ordinary person? Sooner or later, his talent will soar to the skies. He's not someone our Jiang tribe can keep. He felt pity for his daughter. Jiang Yuaning had already developed feelings for Kang Xinmu, but it was better to break it off before it was too deep. As a father, he naturally wanted to do what was best for his daughter. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Jiang Xinwu track down Jiang Rong's location, but now that Jiang Yuaning was in the house, it wouldn't be good if Jiang Yuaning sensed something if he took too long. After Kang Xinmu and Shi Yueying left, he could only think of another way to track down Jiang Rong's location through the copper mirror. At this time, a familiar figure came towards him. I heard that you need help. With a cold expression, Jiang Liuxue came in front of the two and asked. How do you know? Kang Xinmu was a little surprised. He had not interacted much with Jiang Liuxue before, so he did not know why she was looking for him. Let me help you. Jiang Liuxue said straightforwardly. She then looked at the locator copper mirror in Kang Xinmu's hand and began to observe the scene within. This made Kang Xinmu even more surprised. He did not expect Jiang Liuxue to run over to help him. What's the matter? Is it strange? Jiang Liuxue had always been cold, even colder than Shi Yueying. Even in front of Kang Xinmu, her expression did not change. Her eyes were cold as she said, It's just that someone asked me to help you. It's just finding a place. It's no big deal, don't worry about it. Who asked you to do this? Kang Xinmu was a little puzzled. Jiang Yuaning's father sent me a letter asking me to help you. Jiang Liuxue gave a simple answer, then began to seriously examine the scene in the copper mirror. Kang Xinmu and Shi Yueying looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They hadn't expected that after Jiang Yuaning's father had chased them away, he would send a letter asking for Jiang Liuxue's help. It was clear that Jiang Yuaning's father wasn't unwilling to help. Perhaps he just didn't want to see them together. However, now was not the time to consider this problem. Even if Kang Xinmu knew the truth, he could only put it to the back of his mind for the time being. At the very least, he had to wait until he caught Jiang Rong before he could consider these problems. Found it. Jiang Liuxue quickly found the location of the scene in the copper mirror. After all, in order to improve her strength, she often trained and hunted demonic beasts near the dragon city of Great Jiang. Therefore, she was not unfamiliar with the surrounding environment. Now, she really found the location marked in the bronze mirror. This is the direction of the Ji tribal clan. This Jiang Rong is probably trying to escape from our Jiang tribal clan. Jiang Liuxue coldly snorted, Kang Xinmu. Let's capture him together. If you have any questions, just ask them directly. I also really want to know why a genius like your father would go missing, and whether Jiang Rong was behind this. Since that's the case, then let's move together. Kang Xinmu nodded. The copper mirror was on him, but he needed Jiang Liuxue to find the way. Shi Yueying, who came from afar, could not separate from Kang Xinmu, so the three of them could only move together. In the next moment, the three of them transformed into their divine dragon bodies and flew towards the Ji tribal clan's territory. Of course, if the dragon city of Great Jiang wanted to reach the Ji tribal clan's territory, they would need to fly for at least a day and a night. But now, they did not need to fly that far. Jiang Rong was extremely careful in his escape. He did not fly in the sky, but instead took the small path on the ground. Unfortunately, he did not know that before he left, Kang Xinmu's mother, Gu Yuero, had left a mark on his body. No matter where he went, the surrounding scene would appear in the copper mirror. The three of them transformed into dragons and quickly arrived near the location shown in the copper mirror. There were mountains, rivers, and two small villages nearby. It was a peaceful scene. He should be nearby. Jiang Liuxue recalled the scene in the copper mirror and nodded. Let's see where he is now. Kang Xinmu once again took out the copper mirror. He's in a village. Strange, what is he doing in a village? Jiang Liuxue looked at the situation in the copper mirror and discovered that Jiang Rong was in a village, while he was hiding in a small thatched hut. He should have discovered us. After all, we are flying from high up in the sky. It's too obvious. Shi Yueying said with a deep voice. That's right, but it doesn't matter. We already know where he is. Let's go. Jiang Liuxue chose a direction and flew directly towards the village. There were probably a few hundred families in that village. They relied on hunting and fishing for a living, so there were no dragon warriors. Seeing the three divine dragons descend from the sky, everyone in the village exclaimed in surprise. None of them dared to do what they were doing, and ran over to worship them. After all, this kind of village was usually protected by the dragon martial artists. Once there was any danger, the dragon martial artists would be the first to appear and eliminate the danger for them. Therefore, the villagers were very respectful to the dragon martial artists. Jiang Rong, come out. Don't run anymore. After arriving at the village, Kang Xinmu did not search each house. Instead, he stood in the middle of the village and shouted, "Take me to my father. You are the only one with clues. I will not let you escape no matter what." Jiang Rong? Hearing Kang Xinmu shout this name, the faces of many people in the village changed. Because even they had heard that a powerful dragon warrior named Jiang Rong had inherited the position of city lord of Great Jiang Dragon City and became the new patriarch of the Jiang clan's dragon warrior tribe. Why was there a youth flying here and calling Jiang Rong's name? And he seemed to say that Jiang Rong was running away? These questions appeared on the simple faces of the villagers. Seeing this, Shi Yueying explained, Jiang Rong is no longer the patriarch of the Jiang clan. In order to find Patriarch Jiang Zizai who has been missing for 10 years, we must find Jiang Rong and get him to provide us with clues. Hearing this, the faces of the villagers changed. Some were excited and some were excited. Because others didn't know, but they really knew the famous name of Jiang Zizai. So, Jiang Rong actually knows the whereabouts of Senior Jiang Zizai? That's great. Chapter 40:11. Jiang Zizai was an existence worthy of respect to all the people within the Jiang clan's territory. Because Jiang Zizai's talent was too strong. The fame of the red-horned demonic dragon was not only in the Jiang clan, but also in the entire Yan Dragon Emperor's empire. Who had not heard of Jiang Zizai, Jiang Longjun? Among all the dragon monarchs, Jiang Zizai was definitely the strongest. Unfortunately, Jiang Zizai had disappeared 10 years ago. If not for that, the Jiang Dragon City would have replaced Dragon Prison City and become the center of the Dragon Prison Domain. The Dragon Prison Domain would have been renamed Jiang Dragon Domain. But there were no ifs. Although Jiang Zizai had disappeared for 10 years, his reputation was still there. Now that he was mentioned, even the people in this small village knew of him. Now, at this moment, Kang Xinmu and the other two had tracked him to this small village to find Jiang Zizai's whereabouts. How could these people not be excited? In that case, let's move together and find Jiang Rong first. Compared to Jiang Zizai, Jiang Rong was not worth mentioning. The villagers were simple and honest, so they did not think too much. They immediately got busy and returned home. They began to search for traces of Jiang Rong in some of the thatched houses. Seeing such a situation occur, Jiang Rong naturally could not endure it. He knew that if he continued to endure, he would definitely be found. It was better to take the initiative and fight for a way out. After all, Jiang Rong was in existence in the Nirvana Tribulation realm. In his opinion, it was impossible for the three juniors, Kang Xinmu and the other two to stop him. The next moment, the thatched house he was hiding in was completely blown apart by a terrifying force. Then, 100 Zhonglong inheritance sky dragon soared into the sky. Kang Xinmu. Jiang Liuxue. You are too naive. You think you can stop me, Jiang Rong? Dream on. Jiang Rong laughed. I thought there would be a lot of people, but there are only 3 juniors. What do I have to be afraid of? Immediately, the wind divine sky dragon that Jiang Rong had transformed into suddenly landed on the ground where the 3 of them were. With a roar, a terrifying hurricane swept towards the 3 of them from both the sky and the ground. Jiang Rong's divine dragon blood essence is the power of the hurricane. Most importantly, he is in the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Jiang Liuxue's expression changed. She had never imagined that Jiang Rong would actually attack the 3 of them in order to escape. Moreover, it looked like he wanted to kill them. Don't be afraid. All you need to do is restrain him for a while. Wait for me to devour his power before dealing him a fatal blow. Don't worry, Jiang Rong, Liuxue, Jiang Rong said calmly without the slightest panic. He wasn't blindly confident in himself, but he knew that no matter how strong Jiang Rong was, he was still someone who had just stepped into the Nirvana Tribulation stage. Most importantly, his dragon martial skill wasn't strong, and was far inferior to the current Jiang Xinwu. Kang Xinmu's strongest point was that he could devour his opponent's power and increase his resistance to their innate ability. Okay. Jiang Liuxue chose to believe in Jiang Xinwu. As for Shi Yueying, there was no need to say anything. As long as Jiang Xinwu said it, she would do it without any hesitation. Jiang Liuxue was in the 3rd tier of the divine martial realm. There was a gap between her and Kang Xinmu, let alone Jiang Rong. However, she was not afraid of Jiang Rong's power. She flew forward and the mysterious blue fire dragon she had transformed into soared into the sky. Boundless blue fire burned fiercely as it met the terrifying hurricane released by Jiang Rong. The power of the 2 sides was very unequal. The power of a Nirvana Tribulation realm dragon was not something a divine martial realm dragon could compare to. Nirvana Tribulation realm dragon martial artists had to go through the Nirvana Tribulation and fight against the power of heaven and earth. Even Jiang Rong, who had only passed the first Nirvana Tribulation, was not something Jiang Liuxue could fight against. However, Jiang Liuxue naturally would not fight against all of them alone. Shi Yueying also transformed into an ice divine dragon. The 5 elements' mysterious ice force in her body surged out and condensed into ice cones that shot straight at the hurricane released by Jiang Rong. Jiang Liuxue and Shi Yueying joined hands and used their innate ability to attack from a distance to resist the violent hurricane released by Jiang Rong. They managed to offset 30% of the opponent's power. And then, Kang Xinmu met them head-on. The heavenly sacred halberd's golden holy light instantly shone and covered his whole body. Then, the body-refining dragon martial skills magic crystal burst out, covering his body with a layer of purple magic crystal. Most importantly, the devouring power kept erupting. Kang Shinmu, who had reached the 5th tier of the divine martial realm, had the devouring power in his body become even stronger. Even if he devoured a little of the opponent's power, he would be able to increase his resistance to the opponent's innate ability. This was the effect of the divine martial realm. It could strengthen the innate ability of a dragon martial artist. But even so, it was impossible for Kang Shinmu to be his opponent's opponent. His divine dragon had already taken out several heavenly demons' monster cores and swallowed them the moment they came into contact with the hurricane. Then, with a loud roar, he rushed into the hurricane. This scene caused Jiang Liuxue and Shi Yueying's expressions to change. They didn't expect that Kang Shinmu would directly rush into the hurricane. What happened next was similar to what they had expected. Kang Shinmu couldn't resist the opponent's power at all. After rushing into the hurricane, his black dragon body began to be smashed into pieces, dragon blood splattering everywhere. But because he had devoured 3 heavenly demons' monster cores, the devouring power kept transforming the heavenly demons' medicinal energy into the purest flesh and blood essence, constantly healing Kang Shinmu's injuries. Although the hurricane was powerful, it didn't have the ability to kill Kang Shinmu. After all, the attack range was too wide, so it couldn't concentrate its power to kill Kang Shinmu in one go. This gave Kang Shinmu a chance to withstand it. Devour. With the recovery ability of the heavenly demons' monster cores, Kang Shinmu's devouring power spread all over his body, constantly devouring the opponent's hurricane power. Soon, it was integrated into his divine dragon body, making his divine dragon body more and more resistant to the hurricane power. Jiang Rong soared high in the sky, his divine dragon eyes glaring angrily. His entire body was surrounded by whirlwinds, fully displaying the divine might of a Nirvana Tribulation divine dragon. Even from his aura, it could be seen that he was much stronger than Kang Shinmu. This made many of the villagers below nervous. This young man looks like Kang Shinmu, the son of Senior Jiang Zizai. Chapter 40:12. Under the hopeful gazes of the villagers, Kang Shinmu finally withstood the first wave of his opponent's attack. All the hurricane power was completely devoured by him. 3 heavenly demon cores, it's still too much. Kang Shinmu, who had transformed into a black dragon, retreated a few steps. His divine dragon eyes revealed a hint of vigilance. He had just devoured 3 heavenly demon cores, but it was only barely enough for him to survive his opponent's attack. Now that his body was riddled with wounds, he could clearly see his limits. This hurricane was only a very ordinary attack from his opponent, but Kang Shinmu had already used all his strength to resist it. However, at this moment, Kang Shinmu, who had devoured 70% of his opponent's hurricane power, had basically resisted half of the hurricane power with his black dragon body. In other words, if Kang Shinmu were to withstand the hurricane power attack, he would be able to resist half of it, and he would only have to bear half of it. Since he didn't kill me the first time, I now have hope of winning. Kang Shinmu thought to himself. However, it was obvious that Jiang Rong would not give him too many chances. After all, Jiang Rong had also gone to Dragon Prison City, and he knew that Kang Shinmu's strength was that the more he fought, the stronger he became. He could absorb other people's innate talent power to strengthen his resistance. This made Jiang Rong very fearful. Even though his cultivation level was much higher than Kang Shinmu's, he did not dare to underestimate Kang Shinmu. One must know that Kang Shinmu had defeated too many dragon martial artists with higher cultivation than him during the clan martial arts gathering. Jiang Rong did not dare to be careless anymore. Die. Next, Jiang Rong did not hesitate at all. His divine dragon body suddenly moved, and terrifying wind blades swept towards where Kang Shinmu was. These terrifying sharp blades were condensed from the power of the hurricane. Unlike the hurricane attack from before, these wind blades were clearly capable of completely killing Jiang Shenwu. He wouldn't even be able to recover in time. Even though Kang Shinmu had a certain resistance against the hurricane power, he still did not dare to face such an attack. Let's go. Kang Shinmu turned around and immediately used the void-piercing dragon shadow movement technique. His speed became extremely fast as he turned around and dodged in another direction. Jiang Liuxue and Shi Yueying also turned around and scattered in different directions. As a result, the three of them were able to dodge the terrifying wind blades. However, they fell towards the forest not far away from the village, causing a burst of smoke and dust. Countless trees were pierced through and fell down. The area outside the village was immediately covered in smoke and dust. At this moment, the wind god dragon that Jiang Rong had transformed into suddenly turned around and tried to escape into the distance. He actually wanted to take this opportunity to not be entangled with the three of them. He ran away. Jiang Liuxue's expression changed slightly, clearly surprised. He probably won't dare to kill us. After all, Shi Yueying is here. If he kills us, he'll be dead no matter where he goes. Kang Shinmu analyzed calmly and then suddenly swung his divine dragon tail. Chase after him. There was no way he would let Jiang Rong escape. However, as his black dragon body began to move, Jiang Rong, who was in front of him, suddenly turned around. The wind god dragon let out a furious roar, and a violent hurricane suddenly appeared around Jiang Shenwu. He actually ambushed us. Kang Shinmu's expression changed. He did not expect that Jiang Rong was only pretending to escape. While escaping, Jiang Rong actually buried the inherent hurricane power in the path that Kang Shinmu must pass through. When Kang Shinmu passed by, it immediately exploded. Dragon scale. Seeing that everything was hanging by a thread, Kang Shinmu could only spit out a mouthful of dragon scale. This dragon scale was a blood-red dragon scale from the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon. It emitted a demonic and bright red color and directly fell into the hurricane dark force. In an instant, a demonic red burst out. A blood-red vortex actually appeared on the dragon scale and easily absorbed a part of the hurricane dark force. In this way, the hurricane dark force that Kang Shinmu had to face was only in one direction, which was less than half of what he had faced previously. Devour, Demon Elixir. Jiang Shenwu once again devoured 3 demon cores, and then charged towards the hurricane. His black dragon body was constantly being severely injured and ravaged, but it was constantly being healed by the power of devouring the sky demon's demon cores. Other than Kang Shinmu, probably no one else could bear the pain. However, he was already used to this kind of pain, so it was not too much of a problem for him to bear it. Not long after, this wave of hurricane power was devoured by Kang Shinmu again, increasing his resistance against the hurricane power. When Jiang Rong faced the current Kang Shinmu, the destructive power of his innate hurricane power was basically only a quarter of its original power. Even if he condensed it into a hurricane blade, he might not be able to kill Kang Shinmu in one go. As long as he could not kill Kang Shinmu in one go, Kang Shinmu would have a chance to resist. Every time he absorbed the opponent's power, he could increase his resistance against the opponent's power and reduce the power of the opponent's power by half each time. This was the terrifying part of the devouring power. With this ability, if the opponent did not kill Kang Shinmu in the beginning, he would definitely be the one to turn defeat into victory in the end. Of course, if the gap between the two sides was too great, such as between Kang Shinmu and the sacred dragon Shitao, it would be useless even if the sacred dragon Shitao allowed him to devour and absorb more innate powers. This was because the sacred dragon Shitao's power completely crushed Kang Shinmu. What? Jiang Rong's expression changed slightly when he saw that Kang Shinmu had actually used a blood-red dragon scale to block half of his hurricane power. He felt terrible. He had originally planned to rely on this sneak attack to completely kill Kang Shinmu. In the end, he had not expected that Kang Xinmu would still have a trick up his sleeve. Not only had he blocked his sneak attack, but he had also blocked the remaining hurricane power. What exactly was that blood-red dragon scale? Jiang Rong could not figure it out. Kang Xinmu, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the awakening demonic dragon's dragon scale was tough and had no problem blocking Jiang Rong's sneak attack. However, this blood-red dragon scale was now useless. Kang Xinmu only had a total of 3 such dragon scales. No matter what, he had to leave one behind to summon the awakening demonic dragon. Hence, he only had one chance to use this dragon scale. Of course, he did not need to use any more dragon scales to deal with Jiang Rong. Again. Chapter 40:13. When Kang Xinmu once again rushed towards Jiang Rong, Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue did not stay idle either. They each condensed their innate powers and rushed towards Jiang Rong. They didn't want to rely on this to defeat Jiang Rong. They just wanted to slightly obstruct Jiang Rong. If Jiang Rong wanted to escape, they would harass him with their power, creating more opportunities for Jiang Xinwu. Courting death? When Jiang Rong saw that Kang Xinmu actually dared to rush towards him, his expression suddenly changed. He had never thought that he would be defeated by a mere teenager today. Even Jiang Zizai in the past could not have such strength. He was very clear about the ability of Kang Xinmu's innate power. That kind of devouring power could allow Kang Xinmu to have the ability to defeat opponents of a higher level. However, he did not believe that Kang Xinmu had devoured so much wind energy. It was definitely not enough to block his direct attack. Unfortunately, Jiang Rong had overlooked one point, and that was Kang Xinmu's cultivation level. Now that he had broken through to the 5th level of the divine martial realm, the effect of his devouring power was much stronger than before. Therefore, although it seemed that Kang Xinmu had not devoured much wind energy, the actual effect was much stronger than before. Halberd of the Heavenly Saint. Shadow Dragon Tooth Transformation. Magic Crystal. Kang Xinmu's dragon-grade dragon weapon erupted. The halberd of the Heavenly Saint turned into countless golden halberds that swept towards Jiang Rong's divine wind dragon. Along with the halberd were shadow dragon teeth, each of which exuded an incomparably terrifying and gloomy aura. They surrounded Jiang Rong from all directions. The purple magic crystal appeared on the surface of Kang Xinmu's black dragon, blocking the incoming damage for him. Jiang Xinwu had unleashed all of his techniques in order to fight Jiang Rong head-on. At the same time, he was also preparing to swallow 3 heavenly demons' Yao cores, devouring the energy within them to heal his injuries. Because the strength of a Nirvana Tribulation Realm dragon martial artist far exceeded his. Even though he had devoured the wind energy and his resistance to it had become extremely strong, he was still a little worried. On the other hand, Jiang Rong's entire body was surrounded by whirlwinds, as though he was a god that controlled the power of the wind. He turned into a divine dragon and charged towards Jiang Xinwu. Countless violent hurricanes revolved around his body, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Jiang Xinwu in one fell swoop. And in the gusts of wind around him, there were also countless wind blades hidden. These were Jiang Rong's hidden killer moves. The destructive power of the wind blades was much stronger than that of ordinary winds. Mainly, it had a strong penetrative ability. It was completely capable of killing Kang Xinmu on the spot after hurting his vitals. In any case, ordinary winds could no longer kill Kang Xinmu. Jiang Rong could only use this method to hide the wind blades and make Kang Xinmu careless before killing him in one blow. He didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt for killing Kang Xinmu. Mainly, compared to his own life, killing Kang Xinmu was obviously a trivial matter. When Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue saw that Kang Xinmu and Jiang Rong were about to collide, their hearts suddenly thumped. They had a bad premonition, but Shi Yueying chose to believe that Kang Xinmu wouldn't die in this kind of place. Moreover, their power had already reached the battlefield. When the Sky Profound Blue Fire Dragon's Jade Fire Profound Energy and the Five Elements Mysterious Ice Force fell into Jiang Rong's Gust of Wind, they even managed to offset 30% of Kang Xinmu's power. In this battle, the two of them played an extremely important role. If it wasn't for them blocking a portion of the power for Kang Xinmu would have already been killed in the first confrontation. He wouldn't have been able to block the opponent's full power. And now, they were still blocking 30% of the opponent's power for Kang Xinmu, making it easier for Kang Xinmu to defeat the opponent in a direct confrontation. The Heavenly Saint's Halberd, the Golden Halberd, and the dense Phantom Dragon Fang rained down like a torrential rain. Violent gales, fierce whirlpools, with hidden wind blades, mixed with bursts of air-piercing sounds, swept towards Kang Xinmu. The innate talents of both sides suddenly erupted and exploded in mid-air, forming a terrifying vortex of energy. The divine dragon bodies of both sides were sucked into it, and both sides' divine dragon bodies began to be injured in the vortex of energy. Without a doubt, the injuries Kang Xinmu suffered were extremely severe, bringing him great pain. But fortunately, he had swallowed 3 heavenly demon beast cores in advance, allowing him to temporarily preserve his life. Most importantly, both divine dragon bodies were sucked into the center of the whirlpool of energy. Then, wounds began to appear on the body of Jiang Rong's Hurricane Divine Dragon, giving Kang Xinmu an excellent opportunity to defeat the opponent. No matter how powerful he was, it would be difficult for him to defeat Jiang Rong with ordinary dragon martial skills. Even if he used the Phantom Dragon Fang, it would be impossible to kill Jiang Rong. After all, the difference in their cultivation realms was too great. But now, he could constantly weaken the opponent by devouring the flesh and blood essence of the opponent. Devour. Without hesitation, Kang Xinmu flew up to entangle the Wind Divine Dragon that Jiang Rong had transformed into, even though he was seriously injured. Then, his devouring power corroded the wounds of the Wind Divine Dragon from different directions. As soon as the devouring power corroded the opponent's body, it encountered an extremely strong resistance. Obviously, Jiang Rong was resisting the invasion of his devouring power. After reaching the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, dragon martial artists could sense the power of heaven and earth, and even resist it. Now, there was a portion of the power of heaven and earth in the body of his Wind Divine Dragon, and it was this portion of the power of heaven and earth that was resisting Kang Xinmu's devouring power. But it was obvious that the devouring power was much stronger than the power of heaven and earth. The main reason was that Jiang Rong had just stepped into the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, and the power of heaven and earth in his body was not particularly strong. As a result, it was quickly devoured by the devouring power. Ah! Jiang Rong let out a miserable cry. The devouring power eroded the body of his Wind Divine Dragon, and it began to devour his flesh and blood essence. This made him feel weaker and weaker. If this went on, he might really die in the hands of Kang Xinmu. He had never thought that he would encounter such a scene. Originally, he thought that these 3 juniors were nothing to be afraid of. He did not expect that Kang Xinmu had already become so strong. He was able to force him to this point even though he was 4 or 5 levels above him. Chapter 40-14. Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue transformed into divine dragons and followed them to the site of the fierce battle. They discovered that it was a mess. The black divine dragon Kang Xinmu had completely suppressed Jiang Rong's Wind God Dragon. The 2 enormous dragons were constantly fighting on the ground, and the Wind God Dragon was already suppressed. It was constantly struggling and twisting, but it was unable to break free from Kang Xinmu's control. In particular, the devouring power had already eroded the interior of the Wind God Dragon, causing the Wind God Dragon's flesh and blood essence to be constantly absorbed into Kang Xinmu's body. This caused Kang Xinmu's life force to become stronger and stronger, while Jiang Rong became weaker and weaker. This battle had once again fallen into the same cycle that Kang Xinmu had experienced before. Now, Jiang Rong had no way to fight against him. He could either surrender or die. However, Kang Xinmu naturally would not let him die like this. Still not admitting defeat? Kang Xinmu coldly snorted, and a cold light flashed in his divine dragon's eyes. Quickly take me to find clues about my father. It's just a small request. Why go through so much trouble to escape? If you don't listen, only death awaits you. I believe that you won't go against your own life. Ha, ha. You don't dare to kill me. Jiang Rong laughed bitterly. He refused to admit defeat to Kang Xinmu because Kang Xinmu was his junior. He had never thought that he would lose to a junior, even if that person was the son of the genius Jiang Zizai. Jiang Zizai had always suppressed Jiang Rong since he was young, making him unable to raise his head. If not for Jiang Zizai's disappearance, Jiang Rong would have nothing to do with the entire Jiang clan. Jiang Rong knew a little about Jiang Zizai's disappearance, but only a little. He only knew that the place where Jiang Zizai disappeared was extremely terrifying, so terrifying that he did not want to face it again. It was as if once he went there, even his soul would be sucked away. Therefore, he chose to escape before Kang Xinmu returned. He did not want to go to that terrifying place. Unfortunately, he was still caught by Kang Xinmu. He couldn't figure out how Kang Xinmu and the other two could catch up with him after he tried so hard to escape. Although I don't dare to kill you, I can cripple you. Do you believe me? Also, I can kill your son. I remember when I was young, Jiang Juanma always bullied me. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for your son, right? Kang Xinmu snorted coldly. These words caused Jiang Rong to go silent as expected. He could feel that the life essence in his wind god dragon's body was constantly being devoured and drained away, making him weaker and weaker. If he died here, Jiang Juanma might really be dragged out by Kang Xinmu to vent his anger. In the end, he still couldn't bear to see his son die. Sigh. Fine, fine, I'll take you there. But if you go there, you might not be able to come back alive. Are you sure you want to go? Jiang Rong sighed and finally admitted defeat. He seemed to have aged 10 years. He shuddered at the thought of that place. He had no intention of going back again, but now that he was forced by Kang Xinmu, he had no choice but to go there again. However, he wouldn't go near it no matter what. Just the dense aura coming from that place was enough to make Jiang Rong so afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep. For the past 10 years, he often had nightmares at night. He dreamed of that place, and every time he woke up, he would be sweating and terrified. Of course. Kang Xinmu looked at the wind god dragon with obvious fear in his eyes. He was even more curious about the place where his father, Jiang Zizai, disappeared. What kind of place could make Jiang Rong, a dragon warrior, so afraid? Even death could not make Jiang Rong so afraid. What was the connection between that place and the black dragon's consciousness in his body? Kang Xinmu had been speculating about all these for a long time. Now, it was finally the chance to verify these speculations. Let's go. He maintained his black dragon body and used his dragon claws to grab Jiang Rong, who had returned to his human form and was extremely weak. He flew up into the sky and asked, "Which direction?" "It's at the border between the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty and the Northern Chill Dragon country. Just go north," Jiang Rong said weakly. His voice was trembling, as if he was really afraid of that place. The border between the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty and the Northern Chill Dragon country? Kang Xinmu narrowed his eyes. Jiang Liuxue and Shi Yueying also frowned. They did not expect that place to be so far away. Why did Jiang Zizai go so far back then? 10 years ago, Jiang Zizai went out with me to train. We traveled the entire Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. In the end, he never came out. I advise you not to go there. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to save him, you might even get yourself killed, Jiang Rong said with a smile. There was a hint of mockery in his smile. It was as if he was mocking Kong Xinmu and the others for overestimating themselves. Just take care of yourself. Kong Xinmu could not be bothered to listen to his nonsense. He said coldly, "Lead the way." Under Jiang Rong's lead, they flew all the way to the north. It would probably take some time to reach such a faraway place from this place. During this time, Kong Xinmu and the two girls stayed together, taking turns to monitor Jiang Rong. Kong Xinmu maintained the devouring power in Jiang Rong's body. As it devoured his strength, he became weak and powerless. This way, it was impossible for him to escape. Even Jiang Liuxue and Shi Yueying could easily capture him. At night, two of them rested and one of them took turns guarding. This way, Jiang Rong could not escape no matter what. After 6 days, the three of them finally left the territory of the dragon prison domain with Jiang Rong and entered the territory of another dragon king. The dragon prison domain was the territory of the dragon king. And the area they were in now was the territory of another dragon king. The power of that dragon king was definitely not inferior to that of the dragon king. In fact, it might even be stronger. However, this had nothing to do with Kong Xinmu and the others. Anyway, they were just passing by and would not start any conflict with the other party. In order to speed up, they had been camping in the wilderness. They did not stay in any city. The main reason was that if they stayed in a city, it would be very easy for them to meet other dragon martial artists. If they got into any trouble, it would delay them for a long time. There was no need for that. In any case, the cultivation of dragon martial artists was very difficult. This kind of environment was nothing that they could not endure. After 20 days, the three of them finally brought Jiang Rong to the border between the Yen Dragon Emperor's empire and the northern Chill Dragon country. This place was too far from the great Jiang Dragon City and even the dragon prison domain. Chapter 40-15. The northern Chill Dragon country was a country established by a dragon warrior who was even stronger than the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. Compared to the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty, which only had one dragon emperor, the northern Chill Dragon country had two dragon emperor level experts. Existences of this level were basically super experts at the peak of the reincarnation tribulation realm. With a casual move of their fingers, they could cause a land to collapse and a mountain to collapse. They had the power to destroy heaven and earth and alarm the gods and ghosts. Only an existence of this level was qualified to establish a dragon martial artist dynasty. The Yen Dragon Emperor was such a person. However, such an existence was too far away for the current Kong Xinmu and the others. There was no need to think too much about it. However, there had always been some friction between the northern Chill Dragon country and the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. They needed to think about it. After all, the place they were going to was the border between the northern Chill Dragon country and the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. The boundary is within a glacier. It is an extremely deep glacier canyon. Even a dragon martial artist would not be able to see the bottom. Jiang Rong had become much more obedient after being brought here. He was now obediently narrating the details of Jiang Zizai's disappearance. According to him, it was a glacier canyon. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. There was a strong and dense aura coming from it. Even someone as strong as Jiang Zizai could not bear it. At that time, Jiang Rong tried to persuade Jiang Zizai not to go down. However, Jiang Zizai said that something was calling him. In addition, Jiang Zizai had always been adventurous. How could he not be curious when he saw such a strange scene? So, Jiang Zizai pulled Jiang Rong down to the bottomless glacier canyon. Jiang Rong did not remember what happened next. He only remembered a terrifying shadow rising from the polar glacier. It seemed to pull Jiang Zizai deeper into the glacier. Then, the terrifying shadow wanted to take Jiang Rong away. Unfortunately, Jiang Rong had already planned to retreat. When Jiang Zizai was entangled by the shadow, he immediately retreated. In endless fear, he finally returned to the glacier canyon with great difficulty. Mysterious shadow? It has a soul-stirring aura. Kong Shinmu and the other two frowned. Now, they had stopped at the border city of the Dragon Emperor Empire and were about to set off for the glacial canyon that Jiang Zizai had mentioned. However, after listening to Jiang Rong, Kong Shinmu suddenly had an idea. He thought of the scene he saw when he awakened and became a dragon warrior. It was the scene of a black dragon swallowing his father, Jiang Zizai. Kong Shinmu believed that this scene was not groundless. It seemed that the shadow of the black dragon had appeared in the glacial canyon that Jiang Rong had mentioned. However, what was the connection between the black dragon that devoured Jiang Zizai and the black dragon's consciousness in Kong Shinmu's body? He didn't know, so he had to go there once. Whether it was to find his father, Jiang Zizai, or to obtain more information about the black dragon's consciousness in his body, he could not let go of the glacier canyon. Let's go. After a good night's rest, Kong Shinmu set off with Jiang Rong. As for Jiang Liuxue and Shi Yueying, the two of them stayed in the glacial city, waiting for Kong Shinmu and Jiang Rong to return. Before leaving, Shi Yueying couldn't help but throw herself into Kong Shinmu's arms. Kong Shinmu, you must come back. I will wait for you here. Don't worry. Kong Shinmu nodded solemnly to show his determination. He wasn't blindly confident, but he had the black dragon's consciousness in his body. Moreover, at this stage, the black dragon was an extremely terrifying existence. The main thing was that it didn't have any malice towards him. This was his biggest trump card for daring to take the risk. Are you really going? Jiang Rong's face was a little pale. That place is too terrifying. Moreover, 10 years have passed. Even if you go now, you might not be able to find your father. Don't talk nonsense. Just lead the way. After Kong Shinmu separated from Shi Yueying and Jiang Rong, he dragged Jiang Rong along with him and stepped onto the glacial path. Looking at Kong Shinmu's departing figure, Shi Yueying couldn't bear to look away. Jiang Liuxue, who was watching this scene, shook her head slightly. She was also a young girl, so she naturally knew what Shi Yueying was feeling. However, Jiang Liuxue didn't really understand love. After all, in her eyes, there was only cultivation. This time, she had come to help Kong Shinmu because she wanted to get closer to Kong Shinmu and understand more about him. Of course, Jiang Liuxue could clearly guarantee that she only wanted to know about Kong Shinmu's cultivation. She wasn't interested in Kong Shinmu, and it was even more impossible for her to like Kong Shinmu. This was a little different from Shi Yueying. To the north of the Yen Dragon Emperor's border, there was an extremely cold snow-capped mountain. Behind the snow-capped mountain was the border of the Northern Chill Dragon Country. In the Northern Chill Dragon Country, most of the dragon warriors' talents were of the ice attribute. After all, due to the influence of the environment, it was difficult for many dragon warriors with fire attribute talents to cultivate and improve in the Northern Chill Dragon Country. As a result, their strength was definitely inferior to other dragon warriors with the ice attribute. In the extremely cold snow-capped mountain, dragon warriors from the two countries would often meet each other and then fight. Many times, the avalanche caused by the fighting would completely change the terrain of the snow-capped mountain. This made Kong Shinmu a little worried about this exploration. He was afraid that after 10 years, the glacial canyon that had swallowed Jiang Zizai would disappear. If that happened, it would be very difficult to find it. It was still possible for Jiang Rong to find the glacial canyon based on her memory, but if the glacial canyon disappeared, it would be far from easy to find the original location of the glacial canyon. When they stepped into the extremely cold snow-capped mountain, they soon discovered that there were actually a few dragon warriors in front of them. They had not transformed into dragons and were hiding behind the snow-capped mountain. Kang Shinmu's perception was much sharper than that of ordinary dragon warriors. He immediately discovered these dragon warriors, but he did not know their identity. This extremely cold snow-capped mountain is a natural border between the Yen Dragon Emperor's dynasty and the Northern Chill Dragon country. If it wasn't for the existence of the extremely cold snow-capped mountain, a war between dragon warriors would have already broken out between the two countries. Usually, there are no monsters in this snow-capped mountain, so very few people come here. Jiang Rong became vigilant and reminded Kang Shinmu. After all, Kang Shinmu was the only person around him who could protect him. If he encountered an enemy that Kang Shinmu could not defeat, he would definitely be finished. Chapter 40:16. After discovering those sneaky dragon martial artists, Kang Shinmu and Jiang Rong took a detour. After all, they didn't want to have any conflicts with other dragon martial artists. However, Kang Shinmu felt that there was something wrong with those dragon martial artists, whether it was their aura or their actions. Could he be a scout from the Northern Chill Dragon country? Jiang Rong couldn't help but think. That's possible, but it has nothing to do with us. Kang Shinmu nodded, then shook his head. Let's go. Take me to the glacier canyon you mentioned. Jiang Rong didn't dare to disobey. He led Kang Shinmu deep into the snowy mountains. When they reached the depths of the snowy mountain, the two of them became even more careful. Although there were no dragon warriors living in this extremely cold snowy mountain, there were many demonic beasts. Among them, there were even some demonic beasts that were equivalent to the Nirvana Tribulation realm. If they encountered such demonic beasts, Kang Shinmu and Jiang Rong might not be a match for them. The main reason was that there was no need to fight here, so they deliberately avoided them. There are often some small conflicts between the Northern Chill Dragon country and the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. It's normal for scouts to come and find out about the situation. Don't worry too much about it. Jiang Rong said softly. Yes. Kang Shinmu nodded. He thought so too. After following Jiang Rong, the two of them continued to go deeper into the snowy mountains, heading in the direction that Jiang Rong remembered 10 years ago. The two of them didn't stop along the way. They only felt that the surrounding temperature was getting lower and lower. As expected of the extreme north. The place where the Northern Chill Dragon country was located was filled with such extremely cold places. As a result, the dragon martial artists of the Northern Chill Dragon country were most likely to awaken ice talent. This kind of environment was even more suitable for Kang Shinmu. If he fought with the dragon martial artists of the Northern Chill Dragon country, Kang Shinmu only needed to absorb the ice talent of one of them and he would be able to resist most of the dragon martial artists of the Northern Chill Dragon country. However, Kang Shinmu did not need to think too much about this problem. In any case, he could not be bothered to fight with the dragon warriors of the Northern Chill Dragon country. Kang Shinmu and Jiang Rong had been running in the Arctic snow mountain for 2 days and 2 nights. After all, in order to deceive others, they didn't transform into dragons and fly away. Moreover, Kang Shinmu didn't allow Jiang Rong to transform into a dragon and fly away. Therefore, they could only delay for a while. After 2 days and 2 nights, Jiang Rong's expression finally became more and more solemn. Kang Shinmu, that place is not far away. When the time comes, you can go down by yourself. I won't go anyway. Jiang Rong's face was a little green. It was obvious that he had a deep impression of the glacier canyon. However, Kang Shinmu naturally wouldn't let him escape just like that. Come down with me. Kang Shinmu said in a deep voice. He grabbed Jiang Rong and had no intention of letting go. Kang Shinmu, don't go too far. Hearing that, Jiang Rong's face instantly turned ugly. I brought you to find your father. If you want to die, that's up to you. But you can't drag me down with you. It's already been 10 years. Do you really think that you can still find your father? That place is abnormally dangerous and terrifying. If you stayed there for 10 years, you would have died a long time ago. If you want to die, go yourself. He had really kept these words in his heart for a long time. However, he didn't dare to say it before. Now that he saw that Kang Xinmu wanted to force him to go down with him, he was a little anxious and exasperated. He didn't care about anything and said everything. Cut the crap. Kang Xinmu's face darkened. He pulled Jiang Rong forward. Actually, he didn't need Jiang Rong to lead the way. He already knew where that place was. This was because after they got close, the black dragon's consciousness in his body seemed to have some resistance. Now, he almost couldn't feel the existence of the black dragon's consciousness. Originally, although he couldn't mobilize and command the black dragon's consciousness, he could still feel it. But now that the black dragon's consciousness was near this area, it was rather resistant to the aura coming from ahead. It even seemed to be a little afraid of it. Therefore, it dove into the depths of Kang Xinmu's consciousness and hid itself completely. Even Kang Xinmu couldn't sense its existence. This situation made Kang Xinmu extremely suspicious. He knew that the place where his father had disappeared was definitely in front of him. Moreover, that place was very closely related to the black dragon's consciousness in his body. However, he didn't know what the specific relationship was. He only knew that heading to the Glacier Canyon this time was definitely fraught with grim possibilities. However, he couldn't give up hope. Even if 10 years had passed, he still wanted to find his father. Even if he could only find his father's corpse, he had to do it. At the very least, he had to give himself an explanation. This was what he had promised his mother, Gu Yuero. Now that the place where his father had disappeared was right in front of him, what reason did he have to retreat? Snow and ice howled as Kang Xinmu and Jiang Rong moved forward in the snowstorm. Not long after, a terrifying glacier canyon appeared in front of them. It was more than 100 meters wide, and they couldn't see the other side of the canyon. Moreover, this canyon extended extremely far away. It was impossible to tell how long it was. Sure enough, this glacier canyon is still here. Jiang Rong's face had long since turned ashen. He felt a sense of fear the moment he saw this place. He recalled how he had entered this canyon with Jiang Zi. Originally, he wanted to see if there was any special power in it. In the end, Jiang Zi had been swallowed by the black shadow and he had fled in a sorry state. Even now, he still didn't know what kind of existence the black shadow was. He could only feel that the black shadow was an absolutely powerful existence to him. He wasn't a match for the black shadow. Even if 10 years had passed and Jiang Rong's cultivation was much stronger than before, he knew that he had absolutely no chance of winning against the black shadow. My father broke into this glacier canyon. That's why he's been missing for so long. He hasn't been able to come out. Kang Xinmu's expression turned a little complicated. He felt that his father had played a part in him being able to awaken the black dragon's blood essence. However, he didn't know why the black dragon's blood essence would appear in the coiling dragon pillar of the flame dragon ritual. He also didn't know if all these mysteries would be solved today. The black dragon's consciousness seems to have completely fallen into a deep sleep. Kang Xinmu frowned slightly. He had originally wanted to rely on the black dragon's consciousness to fight against any possible dangers. However, it seemed that even the black dragon's consciousness seemed to worship this glacier canyon as if it was a god. It didn't even dare to show itself and didn't reveal any aura at all. There's someone beside us. Chapter 40:17. It was obvious that they had discovered Kang Xinmu and Jiang Rong. Their cultivation levels are higher than ours and they outnumber us. We have no chance of winning if we fight them head-on. Jiang Rong sneered. Kang Xinmu, what are you going to do now? If you are alone, you are no match for these scouts. I'm afraid you will be captured and tortured. That is not something you should worry about. Kang Xinmu shook his head. Don't think too much. I will not let you recover your combat power and give you a chance to escape. Come, let's go down together. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the 4 northern Chill Dragon countries' dragon warriors to take action. He transformed into a black dragon that was hundreds of meters long. He grabbed the dispirited and powerless Jiang Rong with his dragon claws and flew straight towards the frozen canyon. Chase them. What the hell? Do they want to die? That is the dragon's sealing abyss. No matter what, we must capture them. They have entered so deep into the snow mountain. I'm afraid they have ulterior motives towards our northern Chill Dragon country. The 4 northern Chill Dragon country scouts originally did not plan to take action, but when they saw that Kang Xinmu seemed to have discovered them, they had no choice but to take action. They suspected that Kang Xinmu was a spy sent by the Yen Dragon Emperor, so they wanted to capture him and interrogate him. Unfortunately, Kang Xinmu did not bother to argue with them and directly flew towards the frozen canyon. According to them, the frozen canyon was called the Dragon's Sealing Abyss. Kang Xinmu did not know what the name meant. He only knew that his father, Jiang Zizai, had disappeared in the frozen canyon 10 years ago. So no matter what, he had to go down at least once. Even Jiang Rong had come back up after going down. Kang Xinmu believed that he would not die down there. If anything happened, he could use Jiang Rong as a shield. Who asked him to abandon Jiang Zizai and escape 10 years ago? When Kang Xinmu saw the 4 dragon scouts of the northern Chill Dragon country turn into frost divine dragons and chase after him, he did not panic at all. These 4 dragon scouts of the northern Chill Dragon country were all at LV7 and LV8 of the divine martial arts realm. Kang Xinmu was no match for them, so he could only run away. The direction he was running towards was the dragon's sealing abyss they were talking about. He really wants to fly into the sealed dragon abyss. They're really courting death. What should we do now? We didn't gain anything from this trip. If we don't capture a dragon warrior from the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty, how can we report back? Take advantage of the fact that he hasn't flown into the sealing dragon abyss yet and intercept him at the fastest speed. The 4 Frost Divine Dragons chased after him at top speed. The Frost Divine Dragon warrior at LV8 of the divine martial arts realm, who was flying at the front, immediately condensed the talent of ice in the direction where Kang Xinmu was flying. Countless icicles fell from the sky and swiftly attacked the black dragon body that Kang Xinmu had transformed into. Dragon Shadow Breaking. Kang Xinmu immediately activated his dragon martial arts technique. The black dragon body soared in the air, facing the cold wind and snow, gliding through the icicles. He could not completely avoid these icicles, so he condensed a purple magic crystal on the surface of his body and covered it with a pitch-black devouring power. When the icicles hit his body, the devouring power directly wrapped them up, reducing their destructive power to the minimum, and then they were blocked by the purple magic crystal. The opponent wanted to casually use the dragon martial arts technique to stop Kang Xinmu, but unfortunately, he still underestimated the power of Kang Xinmu. Now, Kang Xinmu seemed to be at LV5 of the divine martial arts realm, but because of the ice and snow along the way, he had devoured some ice and snow power, so he had a certain resistance to the ice talent of the dragon warriors. Now, it was absolutely not that easy for the 4 dragon warrior scouts to stop Kang Xinmu. Since they are chasing us like this, can I use some tricks to make them go into the sealing dragon abyss first? Kang Xinmu flew through the gaps of countless icicles. In his eyes, the figures of the 4 frost divine dragons appeared, which gave him a bold idea. With the devouring power, he might be able to defeat the 4 dragon warrior scouts of the northern Chill Dragon country. As long as he defeated them, he could first find out what kind of existence the Sealing Dragon Abyss was. After all, the name Sealing Dragon Abyss sounded a little scary. There was no harm in finding out the situation before going down. After having this idea, Kang Xinmu was ready to put it into action. Jiang Rong seemed to have seen through his idea and couldn't help but be shocked. Although the 4 dragon warrior scouts of the northern Chill Dragon country were not as powerful as him, the 4 of them together were still stronger than him. Back then, when Kang Xinmu dealt with Jiang Rong, he had relied on the help of Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue. Now, was it possible for him to deal with the 4 dragon warrior scouts of the northern Chill Dragon country alone? Kang Xinmu didn't care about what he thought. Soon, he arrived at the Glacier Canyon, which was also the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Gusts of cold wind whistled up from the bottom of the abyss, making Kang Xinmu feel a bone-piercing chill. An ordinary cold wind wouldn't be able to make a dragon warrior feel cold at all. It could be seen that there was definitely something unusual at the bottom of the dragon sealing abyss for the northern Chill Dragon country's dragon warrior scouts to be so afraid. Kang Xinmu didn't hesitate at all and flew down into the Sealing Dragon Abyss. This surprised the 4 dragon warrior scouts of the northern Chill Dragon country behind him. Their faces suddenly became a little gloomy. They didn't expect that Kang Xinmu would directly rush down. What should we do now? He really flew down. If we chase after him, I'm afraid. 2 of the dragon warriors' faces became gloomy. They really didn't want to fly above the Sealing Dragon Abyss, let alone to fly down to catch Kang Xinmu. That kid from the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty seems to be only at the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Any one of us can defeat him. Since that's the case, there's no need for everyone to take the risk. Immediately, the leader of the scouts made a suggestion. He looked at the weakest scout in their team and said, "Xiaosi, you fly down first and see the situation. If that kid is just hovering above the Sealing Dragon Abyss, kill him and bring him back. If he has already flown to the bottom of the Sealing Dragon Abyss, just ignore him." I'll go? The dragon warrior scout called Xiaoxi's face slightly changed. He was indeed the youngest among the 4, but how could they let him go? However, the other 2 had the same thought. That's right. You should go. It's just the entrance of the Sealed Dragon Abyss. There won't be any danger. If that kid really flies down to his death, we can't follow him and die. Okay. The dragon warrior scout called Xiaoxi nodded reluctantly. Chapter 40:18. After making up his mind, the dragon warrior named Little 4 flew down into the Sealed Dragon Abyss. He was only worried about the hidden dangers in the Sealed Dragon Abyss and did not take Kang Xinmu seriously. After all, Kang Xinmu was 2 levels lower than him and was definitely no match for him in a fight. Unfortunately, the northern Chill Dragon country scouts had underestimated Kang Xinmu. The reason why Kang Xinmu flew down into the Sealed Dragon Abyss was naturally to see if he could force the 4 of them to split up. It would be too difficult to fight all 4 of them at the same time. However, the current situation was extremely advantageous to Kang Xinmu. The main reason was that the 4 dragon warrior scouts from the northern Chill Dragon country had all transformed into ice divine dragons. Kang Xinmu only needed to absorb the power of one of them and he would be able to resist the power of the others. As expected, only one person came down. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Kang Xinmu had a ruthless look on his face. At a time like this, if he did not act decisively, he would probably die in this world of ice and snow. Who knew how long it would take for others to find out about it? Seeing that only one person had come down, Kang Xinmu directly flew out from the hidden ice cave below and displayed the void-breaking dragon shadow dragon martial technique. His entire black dragon turned into a pitch-black stream of light and flew towards the ice divine dragon that had flown down. As expected, he was hiding here. The dragon warrior scout Little Four coldly snorted. He was already prepared for this and gathered all the frost talent in his body. Martial destruction of the heavenly frozen dragon. Little Four let out a fierce roar, the icy cold energy in his body condensed together and surged towards Jiang Shenwu's location, roaring and roaring. He was filled with the desire to see his attack kill Kang Shinmu. Unfortunately, something that caused him to be disappointed and astonished happened. Jiang Shenwu didn't dodge at all. Instead, he flew swiftly towards the power of the martial destruction of the heavenly frozen dragon. Moreover, a pitch-black innate talent surged out like a dark cloud, completely enveloping the power of the martial destruction of the heavenly frozen dragon. Devour! Kang Shinmu bellowed. Immediately after, the devouring power started to devour the opponent's innate frost power. Even if it was the martial destruction of the frozen sky dragon that had been released, there was nothing for Kang Shinmu to be wary of. This was because he had already absorbed Shi Yueying's 5 extremes mysterious ice energy, so he had some resistance towards the innate ability to resist ice. After absorbing and devouring the 5 extremes mysterious ice power, Kang Shinmu would be able to develop a long-term resistance against ice-type innate abilities. Now, it was time for Kang Shinmu to use it. Devouring power surged out, instantly devouring the opponent's martial destruction of the heavenly frost dragon. Immediately after, the black dragon's body swept out, engulfing the divine ice dragon within its devouring power. Halberd of the Sky Sage. Phantom Dragon Tooth Transformation. Kang Shinmu used 2 powerful techniques in an instant. Countless dragon teeth and golden halberd directly enveloped the divine ice dragon. Then, the divine ice dragon's dragon blood splattered. It was completely unable to withstand Kang Shinmu's attack. Although this dragon warrior scout, Little Four, was also an inheritor of the divine dragon's bloodline at the sky dragon level, his combat strength was far inferior to Kang Shinmu's. Devour! Kang Shinmu bellowed angrily. The pitch-black devouring power that surged out continuously devoured the divine ice dragon. Only the divine ice dragon bone was left. It could not be dealt with for the time being, so it fell into the depths of the sealing dragon abyss. Now, my resistance towards the innate ability to resist ice has almost doubled. I can deal with the other 3. Kang Shinmu had a confident look on his face. The weakest divine ice dragon scout just now was just a springboard for him. He would not be satisfied with just that. Taking advantage of the fact that the remaining 3 dragon warrior scouts had yet to react, he directly flew out. Phantom Dragon Tooth Transformation. Countless phantom dragon teeth condensed from pitch-black devouring profound energy were like a torrential downpour, whistling towards the 3 dragon warriors. What? The 3 divine ice dragons were a little surprised for a moment. They did not expect that they would inexplicably lose contact with Little Four not long after he went down. Before they could think of a possible situation, the pitch-black divine dragon flew back to the cliff and launched a fierce attack on them. Courting death. None of the remaining 3 Northern Chill Dragon Country scouts were easy to deal with. After all, they had been wandering around this heavenly frost snow mountain and killed countless lost dragon warriors of the Yen Dragon Emperor's dynasty. Moreover, with the 3 of them added together, their overall strength was much stronger than Jiang Shenwu's. In the face of Kang Shinmu's sudden attack, the 3 of them each used their own means to block it. The phantom dragon teeth could not hurt them at all. However, just when one of the dragon warrior scouts, who was at stage 7 of the divine martial realm, thought that Kang Shinmu's attack was only a so-so, a golden halberd pierced through the air and blocked his entire way out. Naive. His face turned cold. Did this guy in front of him think that he was the weakest of the 3? That would be a big mistake. The frost talent power in his body surged out like an iceberg exploding. It condensed into ice crystal arrows in front of him and shot towards the golden halberds around him. The arrows actually blocked the golden halberds accurately. Sky-breaking dragon shadow. Sky-roaring dragon claw. Without hesitation, Kong Shinmu flew forward and attacked again with the sky-roaring dragon claw and phantom dragon teeth. You're courting death. The dragon warrior scout snorted coldly. He did not think of retreating and directly prepared to fight with Kong Shinmu. This was exactly what Kong Shinmu wanted to see. Ha! Kong Shinmu laughed loudly. His pitch-black divine dragon body charged forward and directly collided with the ice divine dragon. As a result, Jiang Shenwu's body suffered quite a number of injuries. However, he immediately swallowed a heavenly phase Fei core and began to rapidly heal himself. Most importantly, he had already used various methods of the dragon martial technique to leave many wounds on the ice divine dragon's body. Devouring power, devour for me. Without hesitation, Kong Shinmu released his devouring power. The pitch-black innate ability completely enveloped the ice divine dragon. What is this? The ice divine dragon scout was a little bewildered. Originally, he did not pay any attention to Kong Shinmu, but now he felt that something was wrong. After the pitch-black innate ability invaded his body, it actually began to devour the essence of his life and the innate ability in his body bit by bit. This kid, his innate ability is devouring, quickly kill him. Chapter 40-19. After being entangled by Kong Shinmu, it was impossible for the ice divine dragon to escape. Even if the other two ice divine dragons immediately flew over to help and attack the pitch-black divine dragon that Kong Shinmu had transformed into, they would not be able to kill Kong Shinmu at all. This was because Kong Shinmu was constantly devouring the other party's flesh and blood essence to recover himself. No matter how fierce the other party's attacks were, they could not instantly kill Kong Shinmu on the spot. Most importantly, Kong Shinmu's body was extremely resistant to frost talent. He had already devoured Shi Yueying's 5 extremes mysterious ice power, and he had just devoured the talent power in the ice divine dragon's body. This made Kong Shinmu's divine dragon body extremely resistant to frost talent power. We can't handle it. Soon, the two ice divine dragons roared angrily. They kept attacking Kong Shinmu, but Kong Shinmu avoided their vital parts every time. When they attacked other parts of Kong Shinmu's body with the power of frost, they did not pose much of a threat to him. As time passed, Kong Shinmu's resistance to frost talent became stronger and stronger, making them feel that it was increasingly difficult to deal with Kong Shinmu. Something's wrong. Let's go. The two ice divine dragons saw that the situation was not good, mainly because the ice divine dragon that Kong Shinmu was entangling became more and more quiet after letting out a miserable roar. It was as if it was dead after being entangled by Kong Shinmu. Therefore, they knew that something was definitely wrong. Otherwise, their companion wouldn't be as lifeless as he was now. Therefore, the two ice divine dragons turned and flew into the distance, trying to escape. To them, escaping was not embarrassing. Their lives were the most important. The scouts of the northern Chill Dragon country, who often traveled outside, had seen all kinds of powerful existences. Therefore, they did not feel that it was too unacceptable to face Kong Shinmu now. If they could not defeat him, they would leave immediately without any delay. However, Kong Shinmu did not intend to let them leave at all. Trying to run? Kong Shinmu snorted coldly. The pitch-black divine dragon that he had transformed into flew up and through the body of the ice divine dragon that he had entangled directly into the ceiling dragon abyss. The flesh and essence of the ice divine dragon had been completely absorbed by Kong Shinmu. It had lost its life. Throwing it into the ceiling dragon abyss was just the right time to see what reaction it would have. Immediately after, he chased after the two fleeing ice divine dragons. The two northern Chill Dragon country scout dragons knew very well that even if they joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for Kong Shinmu. Therefore, they did not even have the thought of turning back and fighting him to the death. The two frost divine dragons looked at each other. Seeing that Kang Shinmu was catching up, they quickly flew in two different directions. This way, Kang Shinmu could only chase after one of them. Jiang Shenwu did not hesitate at all. He chased after one of the weaker Ice Divine Dragons without a second thought. When the Frost Divine Dragon saw Kang Shinmu chasing after it, it secretly cursed its bad luck. It immediately displayed a movement dragon martial technique and flew toward the Arctic Snow Mountain at an extremely fast speed. As scouts of the Northern Chill Dragon Country, they naturally had a certain degree of uniqueness in the movement dragon martial technique. In terms of speed, it was impossible for them to be too slow. Even Kang Shinmu, who had cultivated the void-piercing dragon shadow to the dragon level, might not necessarily be able to catch up to them. Therefore, now, the two parties flew toward the depths of the Arctic Snow Mountain one after another. Halberd of Heavenly Sage. Seeing that the Frost Divine Dragon was actually flying further and further away, Kang Shinmu did not hesitate and directly used the Halberd of Heavenly Sage. Countless golden halberds appeared around him and then surged forward. The Frost Divine Dragon was originally not far from Kang Shinmu. When the Halberd of Heavenly Sage was released, it directly caught up to him. Scram! A gust of cold wind erupted from the Frost Divine Dragon and swept toward the back. However, how could the eruption of its talent compare to Kang Shinmu's dragon-level dragon weapon, the Halberd of Heavenly Sage? For a small dragon martial artist scout of the Northern Chill Dragon Country, let alone a dragon-level dragon weapon, it was impossible to even have an earth-level dragon weapon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be a small scout now. Therefore, under the golden glow of the Halberd of Heavenly Sage, Kang Shinmu directly pierced through the body of the Frost Divine Dragon. Boiling dragon blood splattered on the Arctic Snow Mountain below. Stop right there! Kang Shinmu bellowed and immediately flew forward. Using the Roaring Sky Dragon Claw, he grabbed the body of the Frost Divine Dragon and dragged it all the way to the bottom of the Arctic Snow Mountain. As for the other Frost Divine Dragon, it had already flown to God knows where. Kang Shinmu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. He did not directly kill the Frost Divine Dragon scout. Instead, he asked with a cold expression, "How much do you know about the Sealing Dragon Abyss? Speak. If I'm satisfied, I might let you go." The Frost Divine Dragon was already scared out of its wits. It knew that its two companions had died in the hands of the Black Dragon martial artist in front of it. Although it didn't know what was going on, it was certain that it was no match for this Black Dragon. Therefore, now that it was caught by Kang Shinmu, it was terrified. After all, it treasured its life too much. I don't know anything." The kid was a little incoherent and didn't hear what Kang Shinmu said. He just shook his head and waved his hands. "You don't know anything about the Sealing Dragon Abyss?" Kang Shinmu snorted coldly, "Then there's no point in keeping you alive. Die." Wait. I know the legend about the Sealing Dragon Abyss." The Frost Divine Dragon quickly jumped up and struggled with all its might. For it, nothing was more important than its life. However, it was a little suspicious. Shouldn't all the dragon martial artists in the vicinity know about the legend of the Sealing Dragon Abyss? Could it be that this kid wasn't a dragon martial artist in the vicinity? No wonder he was so powerful. He was obviously only at the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm, yet he was able to kill its two companions who were at the 7th and 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm. However, it didn't have time to think about it. Under Kang Shinmu's coercion, it quickly told him about the legend of the Sealing Dragon Abyss. It turned out that in this abyss, the one who sealed it was an extremely evil and terrifying existence. It looked like a dragon but was not a dragon. It had an extremely terrifying power. Once it was released, the whole world would be devoured by it. As for what that terrifying existence was and what kind of existence sealed it, no one knew. The Frost Divine Dragon only knew that no one who entered the depths of the Sealing Dragon Abyss had ever come out alive. In addition to the news from 10 years ago, it seemed that someone had escaped from the sealing dragon abyss. However, no one knew who this Frost Divine Dragon Scout was. Chapter 40-20. Kang Shinmu's guess was right. Jiang Rong was indeed the only dragon martial artist who managed to escape from the sealed dragon abyss. Even the dragon martial artists from the northern Chill Dragon country knew about this. However, because Jiang Rong was just a small fry, no one really cared about this. Kang Shinmu transformed into a black divine dragon and carried the Frost Divine Dragon with his dragon claws all the way back to the sealed dragon abyss. He felt the Frost Divine Dragon trembling non-stop. "Didn't you say that as long as I tell you the legend of the sealed dragon abyss, you'll let me go? You believe that? You're too naive." Kang Shinmu smiled faintly. "You'll die a horrible death." The Frost Divine Dragon immediately shouted. "My companions have already returned to the northern Chill Dragon country scout camp. They'll send someone to save me soon. I advise you to run away as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll definitely lose your life. Is there any use in threatening me like this?" Kang Shinmu had no intention of retreating at all. He returned to the sealed dragon abyss as fast as he could. In the end, he discovered that a figure was climbing up the ice with all his might in the cold wind blowing from the sealed dragon abyss. It was Jiang Rong, who he had left in the small ice cave below the sealed dragon abyss. When he ambushed the 4 Frost Divine Dragons, he temporarily left Jiang Rong in the small ice cave below the sealed dragon abyss. But now, he didn't expect Jiang Rong to have such perseverance. Under the cold wind, he continued to climb up the ice. If Kang Shinmu had returned a little later, he might have really escaped. "Want to run?" Kang Shinmu flew forward and grabbed Jiang Rong with his dragon claws. Then, he flew downwind of the sealed dragon abyss. "You go down first and scout the way." Kang Shinmu had almost devoured the Frost Divine Dragon's power. He directly threw it down the sealed dragon abyss. Then, he saw that the Frost Divine Dragon couldn't fly at all and directly fell into the sealed dragon abyss. A divine dragon's roar came from the Frost Divine Dragon's mouth. Unfortunately, Kang Shinmu didn't move at all. Soon, the Frost Divine Dragon's figure completely disappeared in the darkness at the bottom of the abyss. Kang Shinmu also felt that although he could still use devouring power, this part was his innate ability and had nothing to do with the Black Dragon's consciousness. At this time, the Black Dragon's consciousness had completely fallen into a deep sleep and couldn't sense anything at all. This dragon's sealing abyss is definitely connected to the Black Dragon's consciousness, but I don't know what the connection is. No matter what, Father is in this dragon's sealing abyss. I must go in and take a look. Jiang Shenwu's expression was solemn. Since Jiang Rong was able to escape from that place, then I'm sure that I won't have any problems either. Kang Shinmu threw 2 Frost Divine Dragons into the sealed dragon abyss. One was dead and the other was alive. However, nothing happened to them, so Kang Shinmu didn't waste any more time. Just as the Northern Chill Dragon country's Dragon Warrior Scout said, their reinforcements would definitely arrive soon. If Kang Shinmu didn't hurry, he definitely wouldn't be a match for the reinforcements from the Northern Chill Dragon country. Once he fell into the enemy's hands, the consequences wouldn't be much better than being trapped in the sealed dragon abyss. Therefore, Kang Shinmu carried Jiang Rong with his dragon claws and slowly descended into the sealed dragon abyss. Kang Shinmu, you're really courting death. Don't drag me down with you. Jiang Rong roared angrily. His human form kept struggling in Kang Shinmu's dragon claws. Unfortunately, he couldn't break free from Kang Shinmu's restraint. Kang Shinmu had already devoured all the innate abilities in his body, making it impossible for him to even transform into a divine dragon. Now, it was even more impossible for him to break free from Kang Shinmu's control. Don't move. If you move again, I'll throw you down first. Kang Xinmu was unmoved by Jiang Rong's struggle. He transformed into a pitch-black divine dragon and stared at the bottom of the sealed dragon abyss with his eyes. The deeper he flew into the abyss, the dimmer his surroundings became. Soon, Kang Xinmu couldn't see his fingers in front of him. Furthermore, the cold wind blowing from the bottom of the sealed dragon abyss was getting fiercer and fiercer. The frost divine dragon that was thrown down previously really didn't move at all. This made Kang Xinmu wonder if the frost divine dragon had fallen to its death. Or was it that the sealed dragon abyss was too deep, causing the frost divine dragon to not land? Or, what accident had caused the frost divine dragon to die long ago? Kang Xinmu wasn't sure either, but he knew that he had to be careful. In next to no time, he seemed to sense an unusual energy surging up from the dragon's ceiling abyss below him. This is similar to the power of the space-time gate. Kang Xinmu's expression suddenly changed. Under the influence of this force, he would definitely be teleported to another place. As for where he would be teleported to, he had no idea. The power of this space-time gate felt much stronger than the one that teleported him to the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm. Even Kang Xinmu couldn't resist it. In just an instant, the divine dragon's body seemed to have passed through countless spaces. Vaguely, the fearful voice of the frost divine dragon could be heard from the surrounding darkness. It seemed to have also come to this space. There's no light in this space. I don't know what this place is. Kang Xinmu muttered to himself. He could feel that Jiang Rong, who was in the dragon's claw, was already shivering. Even though he had been to this place once before, he was still extremely afraid and terrified. Kang Xinmu, you're dead meat. Hee, we can't escape from this, hee. Jiang Rong shouted in a low, enigmatic voice. He had already been brought here, so he had no intention of leaving alive. He just wanted to see Kang Xinmu die here. Cut the crap. Kang Xinmu snorted coldly. With a flick of his dragon tail, he flew forward in the darkness. He naturally felt fear towards this darkness. After all, anyone would feel fear towards the unknown. However, the courage in his heart surpassed his fear. He had faith in his heart that he must find his father, Jiang Zizai. In the endless darkness, there seemed to be some terrifying existence. The frost divine dragon's fearful voice became weaker and weaker. However, its direction changed from time to time. It was in front, behind, and above. He couldn't figure it out and didn't know what was going on. However, very soon, the frost divine dragon was completely silent. Kang Xinmu also didn't know what was going on. He only knew that there seemed to be a voice constantly guiding him to fly forward. In the darkness, he didn't know how far he flew before he finally saw a glimmer of light. Although this glimmer of light was very weak, in this completely dark environment, even such a glimmer of light was extremely conspicuous to him. Chapter 40-21. When Kang Xinmu saw that ray of light, his heart suddenly palpitated. It was as if there was something in that ray of light that he cared about. It was a feeling of being connected by blood, which made his heart skip a beat. He wondered if his father, Jiang Zizai, was in front of him. He felt that the space around him had a faint sense of oppression, but it was not strong. It made him feel a little uncomfortable when he transformed into the body of a divine dragon, so he returned to his human form. With his current strength, even if he was in the form of a divine dragon, he would not be able to stop danger. In that case, he might as well transform into his human form and move forward. After Kang Xinmu transformed into his human form, he dragged Jiang Rong behind him and moved forward step by step. At that moment, Jiang Rong was already shivering. He did not seem to see the ray of light in front of him at all. His eyes were filled with despair, but they did not reflect any light. Could it be that I am the only one who can see that ray of light? Kang Xinmu thought as he continued moving forward. Soon, he realized that Jiang Rong, who was in his hand, seemed to be dragged far away by a force and disappeared from his side. Just as he became vigilant, the ray of light in front of him suddenly flickered. Then, a somewhat familiar figure appeared in front of him. It was a middle-aged man with messy hair and an extremely long beard. The reason why Kang Xinmu felt that he was familiar was that the middle-aged man's face was 80% similar to Kang Xinmu's. Father. Kang Xinmu's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly rushed forward, but he was quickly blocked by a ray of light. Then, he realized that the middle-aged man in front of him was trapped in the light by a force that condensed into chains. He was unable to break free, and the middle-aged man's eyes were tightly shut, as if he had completely lost consciousness. Shenwu. You're here. A voice rang in Kang Xinmu's mind, making him a little excited. He stared at the middle-aged man in the light in front of him. However, no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not break through the layer of light and touch the middle-aged man. This layer of light was obviously not a force that he could break through. You are, Father? Kang Xinmu couldn't help but ask. However, he couldn't make a sound when he opened his mouth. He realized that he couldn't move at all under the light. He couldn't even speak. My name is Jiang Zizai. Shenwu, this is the dragon sealing abyss, and it has the seal of the ancestral dragon. The voice continued to ring in Kang Xinmu's mind. However, it was clear that the other party couldn't understand Kang Xinmu's thoughts. He could only tell Kang Xinmu some things and reveal his identity. It really is Father. But, what state is he in now? Could it be that he's imprisoned here by the ancestral dragon's seal that he mentioned? Kang Xinmu's pupils dilated. He guessed in his heart, but he still couldn't say anything. The ancestral dragon's seal cannot be broken. You must leave this place and find the real ancestral dragon. Only then will you have a chance to save your father. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Xinmu saw that the middle-aged man's figure in the light in front of him seemed to have become dispirited. A white light shone from the middle-aged man's back and completely enveloped him. Then, it dragged him deeper into the light and completely merged with the surrounding light. He disappeared from Kang Xinmu's sight. What exactly is the ancestral dragon seal? Jiang Shenwu was completely confused. However, before he could figure out what was going on, his entire body was pushed away by a force into the distance. Very quickly, even the ray of light seemed to have disappeared before him. As for Jiang Rong, he had long been dragged to some unknown place by that unknown force. Not long after, Kang Xinmu seemed to have stepped on something. His expression changed slightly. Then, he bent down and touched it. This is Jiang Rong? Kang Xinmu's expression changed drastically. He reached down and touched the chest of the body below. Then, he felt a jade pendant. The shape of the jade pendant was the character Jiang. It should be Jiang Rong's body. However, Jiang Rong's body had now completely turned cold. In just a short period of time, he had actually died here. It was pitch black all around. Kang Xinmu could only rely on his senses and continue walking forward. However, he suspected that his current direction should be towards the outside of the sealed dragon abyss. Jiang Rong was dragged away by a mysterious force and died inexplicably on the road. As for Kang Xinmu, he saw that Jiang Zizai, who was imprisoned in chains, did not seem to have been killed by that mysterious force. This made him a little puzzled. Could it be that his father, Jiang Zizai, had already controlled a part of the power of the sealed dragon abyss, but he was still unable to escape? What kind of existence was the ancestral dragon's seal in the sealed dragon abyss? It should not be used to seal Jiang Zizai. Could it be that it was used to seal the power of the black dragon's consciousness in his body? There were too many mysteries in Kang Xinmu's mind that he could not solve at the moment. With his current strength, he had to leave this place first. This was because he felt that from the moment Jiang Zizai's figure disappeared in front of him, there seemed to be a faint killing intent directed at him in the surrounding darkness. Moreover, this killing intent seemed to be becoming clearer and clearer. Jiang Rong's fear should be because of this killing intent, right? It can be seen that I am temporarily safe because of my father's protection. However, if I continue to stay here, I'm afraid. Naturally, Kang Xinmu would not joke around with his own life. No matter what, he had now seen Jiang Zizai's side. He could be sure that the scene just now was not an illusion. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the fact that he was still alive. Jiang Zizai was still alive in the sealed dragon abyss. Now that he knew this, it was enough for Kang Xinmu. As for how to rescue Jiang Zizai, he could slowly plan it after he got out. Kang Xinmu now had the black dragon's consciousness and the power of devouring. His strength would improve much faster than ordinary dragon warriors. Perhaps he would soon find a way. He ran forward as fast as he could, leaving Jiang Rong's body behind. Along the way, his surroundings were filled with darkness and he could not see anything. However, he knew that there would be no problem running in this direction because this was the direction that Jiang Zizai had guided him to in his mind. Although Jiang Zizai's voice was no longer in his mind, Jiang Zizai's consciousness still existed in his mind, guiding him in this direction. Soon, as the surrounding killing intent became stronger and stronger, Kang Xinmu's speed became faster and faster. Finally, his whole body transformed into a black dragon and flew towards the sky. He saw a crack in the ice and snow at a very high place. There was light shining down from above. That is the ice canyon. Kang Xinmu's face was filled with joy. He flew up as fast as he could. However, in the next moment, he discovered that one divine dragon after another appeared in the sky above the canyon, and these divine dragons were all ice divine dragons. Chapter 40-22. As soon as Kang Xinmu saw so many ice divine dragons, he knew that the situation was not good. Because his current strength was only at the 5th level of the divine martial realm. It was extremely difficult for him to deal with a dragon warrior at the peak of the divine martial realm, not to mention that there were already nirvana tribulation realm existences among the ice divine dragons above. Moreover, there were more than one of them. It seemed that the ice divine dragon that had escaped before had gone to get reinforcements. At this time, Kang Xinmu's pitch-black divine dragon body appeared, which was immediately discovered by the other party. Originally, the other party was still wandering around, thinking about whether to go down to the sealed dragon abyss to look for him. Now, there was no need to hesitate at all. Because Kang Xinmu had just gone deep into the sealed dragon abyss, but now he had come out alive. He must be carrying a big secret. For the Northern Chill Dragon country, the secret of the sealed dragon abyss was something they had always wanted to solve. Maybe they could get some secret treasures or treasures from it. So now that Kang Xinmu had come out alive, they suddenly became interested. Without the slightest hesitation, the group of over 10 ice divine dragons charged down towards Jiang Xinwu, and amongst them were 4 terrifying divine dragons that had already stepped into the rebirth tribulation realm. Their bodies were enormous, and the energy of ice on their bodies ceaselessly condensed into numerous rings of ice that coiled around their bodies, causing them to seem extremely mighty and mighty. Under the cover of the snowstorm, the entire exit of the sealed dragon abyss seemed to be sealed. It was absolutely impossible for Kang Xinmu to force his way out, and he also knew that it was impossible for him to return to the sealed dragon abyss. Because when he left the sealed dragon abyss, the strong killing intent in the surrounding darkness seemed to have reached a critical point. According to his guess, even his father, Jiang Zizai, could not protect him. If he went back, he was afraid that he would die in the sealed dragon abyss like Jiang Rong. As for how Jiang Rong had come out alive and why Jiang Zizai had been sealed by the ancestral dragon seal for 10 years, Kang Xinmu still did not know. But in any case, it was absolutely impossible for him to go back to the sealed dragon abyss. In that case, there is only one way. Kang Shinmu's expression turned serious. He took out a blood-red dragon scale from his bosom, then directly transferred his innate devouring power into it. Immediately after, the blood-red dragon scale glowed with a blood-red light, and a message that no one could detect was transmitted to an extremely distant place. It was received by the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon in the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm. The Heaven Opening Demon Dragon was originally resting, but when he felt this power, his mind became active. Is that kid in danger? Without any hesitation, he immediately gathered the power in his body and opened up a space-time door according to the location of the blood-red dragon scale. Then, his entire divine dragon body flew toward the space-time door. In the sealing dragon abyss, the blood-red dragon scale in Kang Shinmu's hand suddenly emitted a blood-red light that soared into the sky and directly swept out of the sealing dragon abyss. This scene surprised the icy frost divine dragons that were flying down. However, they did not think too much about it and continued to fly toward Kang Shinmu's position, wanting to subdue him as soon as possible. However, in the next moment, the blood-red dragon scale in Kang Shinmu's hand rapidly disintegrated and turned into a white light. It dispersed and gradually condensed into a space-time door, appearing in front of Kang Shinmu. Seeing this scene, the dragon martialists from the northern Chill Dragon country all became vigilant. They were not inexperienced people and could tell at a glance that this was a space-time door. This group of northern Chill Dragon country's dragon martialist scouts had always been active on the battlefield between the dragon martialists. Even if they had not seen this situation before, they had definitely heard of it. A space-time door could be created by a powerful dragon martialist in an instant and then sent reinforcements to the battlefield in the shortest time possible. It's a space-time door. Be careful, I don't know what kind of existence will appear. The expressions of the dragon martialists from the northern Chill Dragon country changed drastically. For a moment, they were on high alert and did not dare to continue moving down. This place is the Arctic Snow Mountain. There is no one here. Chi Tian, come out and kill these people. Kang Shinmu's expression was filled with killing intent. Although he could directly walk into the space-time door and leave, he did not want to leave anyone alive. This was because his father, Jiang Zizai, was sealed at the bottom of the sealed dragon abyss. He did not want the news that he had entered to spread. Therefore, these dragon martialists from the northern Chill Dragon country in front of him must die. Kang Shinmu's thoughts were transmitted to the Heaven Awakening Devil Dragon's mind through the blood-red dragon scale in his hand. Then, Kang Shinmu saw a blood-red dragon directly pass through the space-time door. With a roar, a smear of blood, with a fierce momentum, instantly rushed into the group of icy frost divine dragons. This is Heaven Awakening Devil Dragon, the Lord of the Demon Realm. This group of northern Chill Dragon country dragon martialists were very clear about the powerful existences in the vicinity of the two countries. At a glance, they could tell that this blood-red dragon was the Heaven Awakening Devil Dragon of the Heaven Awakening Devil Realm. They were also very clear that he was the Lord of a demon realm. As soon as they saw the figure of this blood-red dragon, the group of icy frost divine dragons flew up in fear and scattered in all directions. Facing the Heaven Awakening Devil Dragon, they had no intention of fighting it. Without thinking, they turned around and ran. Moreover, more than 10 icy frost divine dragons fled in all directions. This way, they would be able to escape further. However, it was too late for them to run now. You want to attack our Lord? You are simply courting death. The Heaven Awakening Devil Dragon snorted coldly. Then, blood-red demonic power surged out of his body and filled the sky. In an instant, it covered the entire sky. He was the Heaven Awakening Devil Dragon. He was originally a dragon martialist, but he later became a demon. At this moment, all the power in his body was also demonic power, not the innate power of a dragon martialist. Under the cover of the blood-red sky, more than 10 icy frost divine dragons could not escape. They were completely sealed inside by the blood-red demonic power. They looked around and saw a large area filled with blood-red light. There was no way out. We can't escape. What should we do? Fight it out with him. No matter what, we have to make a big commotion. This way, we still have a chance of survival. In an instant, they came up with the only solution. That was to make a big commotion here. That way, it might attract other dragon martialists over and find traces of the Heaven Awakening Devil Dragon. Regardless of whether it was the Northern Chill Dragon Country or the Yen Dragon Emperor's court, once they found out that the Heaven Awakening Devil Dragon was moving outside, they would definitely not let him do as he pleased. Chapter 40-23. It was as if a blood-colored curtain had covered the sky, and the smell of blood spread rapidly in the air. As the Heaven Awakening Rogue Dragon roared, one after another, the ice dragons were drawn into the blood-colored demonic power, and then turned into blood foam. They were completely killed, and not even a trace of residue was left. Almost in an instant, the group of ice dragons died in the blood-colored demonic power, and not even their bones were left. This made Kong Shinmu a little disappointed. He originally wanted to devour these ice dragons, but on second thought, he was already at the Sky Dragon realm. Even if he devoured these Sky Dragon realm ice dragons in front of him, it would not be of much help to his blood level. So he shook his head and flew into the space-time gate. The ice dragons of the Northern Chill Dragon Country had been dealt with, so there was no need for him to stay here any longer. He could return directly to the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm. Anyway, it had been a long time since he last came out of the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm. The Heaven Awakening Rogue Dragon should have prepared a lot of treasures for him to absorb and cultivate. The sky above the dragon's ceiling abyss on the Arctic snow mountain quickly disappeared, and the scene of snow and ice was restored, as if the blood-red color had never appeared. The Heaven Awakening Rogue Dragon hovered in the air for a moment, then flew down and followed Kong Shinmu into the space-time gate. Before leaving, he also used the blood-colored demonic power to set up an illusory array, so that the space-time gate did not seem to exist from above. This was to prevent anyone from accidentally discovering it and bringing trouble to the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm. In the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm, the Heaven Awakening Rogue Dragon prepared 7 treasures for Kong Shinmu. These treasures were all extremely precious, and it was basically impossible to see them in the outside world of dragon martial artists. But in the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm, because these treasures were of no use to the demonic beasts, so they had been kept, and now Kong Shinmu had benefited from it. From the 5th tier of the Divine Martial Realm, it became more difficult for dragon martial artists to raise their cultivation realms. Previously, Kong Shinmu had taken 3 heavenly minerals and earthly treasures to advance from the 4th to the 5th level. Although that was because he had a good foundation, it was enough to prove that it was not difficult to advance his cultivation at that time. Now, if Kong Shinmu wanted to improve, he would need to consume at least 5 heavenly treasures, and it would be difficult for him to improve. Right now, he was the only one who had the conditions to make such a breakthrough. Even the geniuses of Dragon Prison City, the descendants of sacred dragon experts, did not have such good conditions for cultivation. To them, heavenly resources were things that could only be discovered by luck. Just one would be enough to make them laugh for a year, let alone 7 heavenly resources like Kong Shinmu. And this was only the result of a month of searching by the Heaven Awakening Rogue Dragon. In the entire Heaven Awakening Demon Realm, there must be more heavenly resources, but in order to let Kong Shinmu improve step by step, the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon did not take them out all at once. In fact, even if he took out more, Kong Shinmu would not rashly absorb them, because he knew very well that on the path of cultivation, one had to be down to earth. Building a good foundation was the most important thing. Otherwise, it was very likely that the foundation would be unstable in the later stages, which would lead to some bad consequences. Next, he swallowed the heavenly resources in the Heaven Awakening Demon Realm, absorbing the spiritual qi within to strengthen his cultivation. Under the nourishment of these heavenly resources, the devouring power in his body continued to rise, becoming even more terrifying than before. From the 5th tier of the divine martial realm, it continued to advance towards the 6th tier of the divine martial realm. The stronger the devouring power is, the faster I can devour my opponent's flesh and blood essence. Moreover, after devouring my opponent's power, I will have a higher resistance to their power. Devouring Yao cores will also help me recover faster. There was a shrewd look in Kong Shinmu's eyes. He knew very well that the Heaven Awakening Demon Dragon was helping him because of the Black Dragon's consciousness. However, after going to the Dragon's Sealing Abyss, the Black Dragon's consciousness had not yet awakened, and there had been no news until now. This made Kong Shinmu have a slight guess in his heart. Could it be that the Black Dragon's consciousness was previously sealed in the Dragon's Sealing Abyss? So now that he was in the Dragon's Sealing Abyss, he was so afraid that he did not dare to appear. Otherwise, there was no other reason to explain the current situation. As for why his father, Jiang Zizai, was sealed in the Dragon's Sealing Abyss, Kong Shinmu could not guess. This was really a bit unbelievable. Jiang Zizai was just an ordinary dragon warrior of the Jiang clan. Even if he was a little more talented, he should not be targeted by such a level of power, right? Unless he had done something, Kong Shinmu kept guessing in his heart, and his eyes could not help but light up. He thought that his father, Jiang Zizai, had released the Black Dragon's consciousness from the Dragon's Sealing Abyss. If this was the case, it could barely explain why Jiang Zizai was sealed in there. Perhaps Jiang Zizai let go of something important, and the Dragon's Sealing Abyss sealed him instead. But if this was the case, why did Jiang Zizai have a way to protect him from harm in the Dragon's Sealing Abyss for a short period of time? All of this was really too puzzling. Unfortunately, Jiang Zizai did not leave much information for Kong Shinmu in the Dragon's Sealing Abyss. Now he only knew that if he wanted to save his father, he must seek the help of the Ancestral Dragon. As for what kind of existence the Ancestral Dragon was, he really did not know. I'll ask Qi Tian later. Kong Shinmu thought in his heart, and then concentrated on his cultivation. 7 days passed. He swallowed and absorbed all the power of the 7 treasures of heaven and earth, which made his innate devouring power reach a new level. His own cultivation realm finally broke through from the 5th level of the God Martial Realm to the 6th level of the God Martial Realm. Kong Shinmu opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a dark light in his eyes. The devouring power circulated in his eyes, which made people feel like they were going to be sucked in at a glance, and almost even their souls were going to be devoured. At the 6th level of the God Martial Realm, the strength of his devouring power had reached a frightening level. If the current him wanted to fight against Meng Chou, who was the strongest in the clan martial arts competition, he could easily crush the opponent, and the opponent would not have the power to fight back. Qi Tian, do you know what kind of existence the Ancestral Dragon is? After advancing to the 6th level of the God Martial Realm, Kong Shinmu called Qi Tian and asked him. Ancestral Dragon. Ancestral Dragon, that is a legendary existence. My lord, where did you hear about it? Qi Tian Evil Dragon flew over and turned into a red-robed man. Hearing this, he asked in surprise. Have you heard of the Ancestral Dragon? Tell me about the Ancestral Dragon, even if it is a legend. Chapter 40-24. Qi Tian Zhenlong began to tell Kong Shinmu about the legend of the Ancestral Dragon. The Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty and the Northern Chill Dragon country were located on a continent in the void. On this continent, people obtained the inheritance of the divine dragon's blood essence and became dragon martial artists, which gave them the ability to fight against heaven and earth. But on this void continent, the strongest person who inherited the divine dragon's blood essence was only at the level of the Dragon Emperor. The Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty and the ruler of the Northern Chill Dragon country were both existences at the level of the Dragon Emperor. They were the strongest existences on this void continent. But in fact, above the level of the Dragon Emperor, there were even stronger divine dragons. That was the divine dragon's origin, which was much stronger than the dragon martial artists who inherited the divine dragon's blood essence. And the ancestral dragon was the most primitive existence of these origin divine dragons. This void continent was called the Dragon Martial Continent, because the dragon martial artists on this continent were all obtained from the ancestral dragon's blood essence. But in fact, the overall strength of our dragon martial continent is still too weak. The real ancestral dragon and divine dragon soar in the universe and are worshipped by countless people. They are much more terrifying than the dragon martial artists on the dragon martial continent. They can even control time and everything, and have the ability to destroy the universe. Qi Tian couldn't help but sigh. He constantly looked at Kong Shinmu and thought to himself, the consciousness in this kid's body is definitely beyond the existence of the dragon martial continent. I don't know if that kind of power has reached the level of the ancestral dragon. Unfortunately, the ancestral dragon is just a legend, and no one has seen it before, so it's not easy to compare. But as long as I serve this existence well, there will definitely be great benefits in the future. He couldn't be good to Kong Shinmu for no reason. Everything was for his own benefit, to please the powerful consciousness hidden in Kong Shinmu's heart. But he was a little strange. Before, he could clearly feel the existence of that consciousness, but now, he couldn't detect it no matter how hard he tried. He didn't know if the consciousness was actively hiding, or, it was no longer in this kid's body. Qi Tian didn't dare to take the risk. In any case, he decided to observe for a while more. Martial Dragon Continent, Ancestral Dragon. Jiang Shenwu's eyes suddenly lit up. The legends that Qi Tian mentioned were things that he had never heard of when he was in the Jiang clan. In Dragon Prison City, there should have been some records of such things. However, he had never read any of these records, so now he knew quite a lot of things all at once. Jiang Zizai had previously told him in the sealed dragon abyss that if he wanted to save him, he had to find the ancestral dragon. Did that mean that the existence in the sealed dragon abyss was at the ancestral dragon level? The seal set by the ancestral dragon was something that no dragon martial artist in the entire dragon martial continent could undo. It was also because of this that the dragon sealing abyss had existed for so long, making it impossible for anyone to see through what was inside, right? Kong Shinmu stood up. After he swallowed the 7 heavenly treasures, he broke through to the 6th level of the divine martial realm, which made his strength increase a lot. But compared to the experts, he was still far from it. Even the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty, the Northern Chill Dragon Country King, and the Dragon Emperor were unable to see through the mystery of the sealed dragon abyss. Kong Shinmu knew that he still had a long way to go. Kong Shinmu glanced at Qi Tian and saw something from his eyes. He naturally knew that Qi Tian couldn't feel the existence of the black dragon aura in his body, so he had some doubts about him. However, Kong Shinmu didn't care. He was very clear that the black dragon consciousness in his body was completely afraid of the power in the sealed dragon abyss, so it was temporarily silent. It wouldn't suddenly disappear. If the black dragon consciousness disappeared, it would be a good thing for Kong Shinmu. After all, he still had the devouring power in his body. As long as he relied on the devouring power, he would be able to become stronger one day, and he wouldn't need to rely on the black dragon consciousness. On the contrary, the existence of the black dragon consciousness always made Kong Shinmu feel uneasy. This feeling had been lingering. After learning about the legend of the ancestral dragon, Kong Shinmu was even more eager to cultivate. However, to improve his cultivation, even for Kong Shinmu who had the devouring power, it was not an easy thing. He wanted to upgrade from the heavenly dragon blood essence inheritance to the sacred dragon blood essence inheritance. This step was quite difficult. It would be great if I could step into the ancient tomb of the Yen Dragon Emperor's dynasty, Kang Xinmu thought to himself. He was very interested in exploring the ancient tomb of the Yen Dragon Emperor's dynasty because there would definitely be many divine dragon skeletons in it, and there would definitely be many skeletons of powerful dragon martialists who had reached the sacred dragon or even the dragon king level. If he devoured these skeletons, the quality of Kang Xinmu's divine dragon blood would continue to improve from the heavenly dragon level, all the way to the sacred dragon level. I'll leave first. I'll be back in a month. Kang Xinmu said to Qi Tian and walked toward the spacetime gate. My lord, be careful on the way. Do you have enough dragon scales on you? Qi Tian Rock asked with a smile. These are 2 dragon scales. Take them for now. When there's danger, you can summon me again. Remember, these are the last 2 dragon scales. Kang Xinmu had obtained 3 blood-colored dragon scales from him previously. Now that he had obtained 2 more, he had a total of 5 dragon scales. However, he had already used 2 before, so he only had 3 dragon scales left. He could summon Qi Tian Rock's help at a critical moment. Of course, if it was just a small favor, Qi Tian Rock didn't mind doing a favor at little cost. However, if it was something like fighting against the Yen Dragon Emperor's dynasty, Qi Tian Rock definitely wouldn't get involved. Even the entire Qi Tian Rock demon realm couldn't be compared to the entire Yen Dragon Emperor's dynasty. Previously, Kang Xinmu had used a blood-colored dragon scale to block Jiang Rong's sneak attack. Hence, he allowed Jiang Rong to lead the way to the sealing dragon abyss. If he didn't use this dragon scale, Kang Xinmu would have become a pile of bones. Hence, he didn't regret using this dragon scale. Anyway, he still had 3 dragon scales left. At a critical moment, he could summon Qi Tian Rock to help. That was enough. Of course, under normal circumstances, Kang Xinmu really didn't want Qi Tian Rock to come out and help. This was because Qi Tian Rock definitely wanted something for his help. It was a pity that the black dragon's consciousness in Kang Xinmu's body was asleep. He couldn't give it anything. Even if the black dragon's consciousness woke up, it might not be able to help Qi Tian Rock. Hence, Kang Xinmu tried his best not to have too much contact with Qi Tian Rock, lest Qi Tian Rock see through his actual situation. Soon, Kang Xinmu left the Qi Tian Rock demon realm through the spacetime gate and returned to the sealing dragon abyss. He raised his head. The sky was filled with a snowstorm, but there was no aura of dragon warriors. Clearly, the death of the dragon warriors didn't attract the attention of the northern Chill Dragon country. Let's go back first. Chapter 40-25. Dragon Ice City. This was a large fortress city located at the northern border of the Dragon Emperor Empire. It was the #1 fortress against the northern Chill Dragon country. Countless dragon practitioners could be seen flying around Dragon Ice City, trading, cultivating, and so on. Near Dragon Ice City, there were several places where demonic beasts gathered. Dragon practitioners could go out to train and carry out some demon hunting missions. When Kang Xinmu had dragged Jiang Rong to the Arctic Snow Mountain in search of the dragon sealing abyss, Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue had been resting in this city, waiting for Kang Xinmu's return. And now, almost half a month had passed since Kang Xinmu had left Dragon Ice City for the Arctic Snow Mountain. During this period of time, Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue had been interacting, training, and cultivating together. They had become pretty good friends, exchanging their cultivation experiences with each other. During this time, the 2 girls had also gone out to hunt some demonic beasts, tempering their own strength. As a result, they had become friends with a few young dragon practitioners. On this day, they had arranged to meet 3 young dragon practitioners. They were going to the Demon Hunters Association to accept a demon hunting mission and go out to train. Among the 3 young dragon practitioners, 2 were men and 1 was a woman. The man and woman were a couple. They were intimately attached to each other and were extremely sweet. When hunting demonic beasts, they cooperated perfectly with each other. It could be said that they were able to display combat strength that far exceeded their own cultivation. The other young man was the team leader of the three. Ever since he had met Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue, he had been very attentive to the two girls. Clearly, this young man was very interested in the two girls and wanted to have a story with one of them. Unfortunately, Shi Yueying's attention was completely on Kang Xinmu. As for Jiang Liuxue, she had not considered the relationship between a man and a woman. Thus, she did not pay any attention to this young man's pursuit. The reason why she had gone out to train with them was because it was very difficult to find young dragon practitioners with similar cultivation levels to theirs. If they were as strong as Kang Xinmu, the two of them could go out to hunt demon beasts. Unfortunately, the Dragon Ice Canyon outside Dragon Ice City was too dangerous. If the two of them were to go together, it would be too dangerous. It was very likely that they would not be able to return. The leader of the young dragon martialists was called Wei Binghai. He was a dragon martialist born and raised in Dragon Ice City. His parents were experts in Dragon Ice City's stronghold. Wei Binghai was 23 years old, and he had also awakened the divine dragon's inheritance of the heavenly dragon's blood essence. Now, his cultivation base was at the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm, which was pretty good. He was even stronger than Meng Chou, the strongest warrior in the clan competition of the Dragon Prison City. At that time, Meng Chou was almost 30 years old, but he was only at the 4th level of the God martial arts realm. At most, he could deal with opponents at the 5th level of the God martial arts realm. If Meng Chou were to encounter the current Wei Binghai, he would probably be defeated in a single exchange. There would be no room for resistance. As for the other couple, they were called Su Wuji and Yu Ruxin. The man and the woman were extremely affectionate and were youths at the 6th tier of the divine martial arts realm. They were both 1 year older than Wei Binghai, and they were extremely rare young geniuses in Dragon Ice City. These three young dragon martialists were all ice divine dragons. They had awakened the divine dragon's blood essence, which was a talent of the ice attribute. Shi Yueying also had the talent of the ice attribute divine dragon. However, she had inherited the hidden 5 elements mysterious ice power, which was much stronger than ordinary ice divine dragons. In the future, when this power of hers was awakened, her strength would definitely exceed that of other dragon martialists by a large margin. As for Jiang Liuxue, she was a mysterious sky jade fire dragon. This made the three youths feel a little strange. Although they did not say it, they must have guessed that she and Shi Yueying were dragon martialists from other places and not locals of Dragon Ice City. Of course, they were cooperating to hunt demon beasts, so there was no need to expose each other. After all, it was just a temporary cooperation. As for Wei Binghai's desire to pursue Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue, he could not ask such a private question now. The 5 of them gathered at the city gate of Dragon Ice City and prepared to go to the Dragon Ice Canyon to hunt demon beasts. Young Wei Binghai had already accepted the mission of hunting demon beasts from the Demon Hunters Association. They could set off once they met up. At this moment, Shi Yueying saw a familiar figure flying over from the frigid ice plains in front of them. It was a pitch-black divine dragon. It was more than 300 meters long and had a familiar aura. It was Kang Xinmu, who had just returned from the Arctic snow mountain. Immediately, Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue's eyes lit up as they went forward. This situation made Wei Binghai a little surprised. He had never seen the two girls show such surprised expressions in the past half a month. He couldn't help but look in the direction the two girls were looking and saw a black dragon at the heavenly dragon realm flying toward the city gate. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Who is this person? I have not seen him before. Does he know Yueying and Jiang Liuxue? Wei Binghai immediately became vigilant. He had pursued Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue for such a long time without any results, which made him feel a little defeated. It should be known that with his talent and strength, as well as his background and identity, it was easy for him to pursue any girl he wanted. He had only run into a wall with Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue. The two girls had completely ignored his pursuit. But now, the two girls were so nervous just by seeing a black dragon. Could it be that they liked this dragon martial artist? The couple, Su Wuji and Yu Ruxin, did not pay much attention. They continued to flirt with each other. Even though Kang Xinmu had already landed on the ground and transformed into his human form to greet Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue, they did not notice Kang Xinmu's appearance. Wei Binghai, on the other hand, snorted coldly when he saw Kang Xinmu land. So he is just a brat. He looks to be only 17 or 18 years old, right? Although he has obtained the Sky Dragon's inheritance, his strength is definitely not that great. Wei Binghai thought. His cultivation level was higher than Kang Xinmu's, so he could see their cultivation level at a glance. Kang Xinmu was currently in the 6th tier of the divine martial arts realm. Although he was very young, his talent seemed to be higher than Wei Binghai's, but in terms of strength, he felt that he was definitely stronger than Kang Xinmu. After all, his cultivation level was 1 tier higher than Kang Xinmu's. Why are you at the city gate? Are you waiting for me to come back? Kang Xinmu saw the two girls coming to greet him. Although he was pleasantly surprised, he felt even more strange. It was possible that Shi Yueying had been waiting for him here every day, but it was absolutely impossible for Jiang Liuxue, so he guessed that they must have met by chance. We were just planning to go out to hunt monsters, and you came back. Shi Yueying felt like a huge stone had been lifted from her heart. For the past half a month, she had been in constant fear that Kang Xinmu would not come back. Fortunately, now that she saw that Kang Xinmu had returned safe and sound, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Where is Jiang Rong? He didn't come back. Chapter 40-26. Kang Xinmu nodded. He didn't come back. That place is too dangerous. Did you find your father? Shi Yueying didn't care about why Jiang Rong didn't come back. As long as Kang Xinmu came back, everything would be fine. She mainly wanted to know if Kang Xinmu had found his father, Jiang Zizai. He found him, but it's too difficult to save him. Kang Xinmu shook his head and didn't say much. After all, most people didn't know about the ancestral Gragon. Even if they knew, it wouldn't help. There was no need to say it and make them worry. What should we do now? Shi Yueying raised her small head and asked with some pity. She wanted to see Kang Xinmu rescue her father, but since Kang Xinmu said it was difficult to save Jiang Zizai and didn't want to talk about it, she didn't ask too much. Instead, she changed the topic and asked him what he was going to do next. No matter what Kang Xinmu was going to do, she would follow him closely. Now, we can only work hard to improve our strength and break through. Kang Xinmu said solemnly. Why don't you come with us to the Dragon Ice Canyon? We just accepted the demon hunting mission, so we can go together. Jiang Liuxue's eyes lit up when she saw Kang Xinmu. She was surprised that Kang Xinmu had reached the 6th level of the divine martial realm. His cultivation speed was too fast. Jiang Liuxue was only at the 4th level of the divine martial realm, but she felt that her cultivation speed was already very fast, and it was because of her good luck. She didn't expect that Kang Xinmu would be faster than her. She was very clear about Kang Xinmu's ability. Moreover, the demon beasts in the Dragon Ice Canyon all had the ice attribute, so it would be very easy for Kang Xinmu to deal with them. He could even deal with some demon beast kings that were equivalent to Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivators. With Kang Xinmu, their trip would be much easier. Yes, yes. Shi Yueying also nodded, but she glanced at the 3 people behind her and frowned slightly. However, if we invite Kong Shinmu to join us, Wei Binghai will probably be very unhappy. Let's accept the Monster Hunter mission again and just the three of us will do. Jiang Liuxue agreed with this point. I think so too. What's wrong? Does Wei Binghai have a grudge against you? Kong Shinmu, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. When he heard that the two girls knew that guy in the distance, he asked them about it. He didn't know who Wei Binghai was, he only knew that the guy was at the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm and seemed to be very strong. Not really. Jiang Liuxue coldly said, but he has some improper thoughts about us. So, if we walk together with you, that kid will definitely be jealous. Since that's the case, let's go back and accept the Monster Hunter mission again. Kong Shinmu nodded. He also didn't want to cause any trouble. In his eyes, a mere Wei Binghai wasn't even worth mentioning. Although Wei Binghai was at the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm, which was one level higher than him, in terms of real battle strength, Kong Shinmu could completely defeat any dragon warrior below the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Especially dragon warriors with innate abilities of the ice attribute, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. So, after the three of them made their decision, they prepared to return to the Monster Hunter Association in Dragon Ice City to accept another Monster Hunter mission. Ladies, please wait a moment. But Wei Binghai and the other two couldn't remain indifferent when they saw this situation. The man of the couple, Su Wuji, slightly frowned and walked up to block their way back to the city. Ladies, didn't you say that you would go with us to the Dragon Ice Canyon to train? Don't you want to go now? Also, who is this person? If it was just them and Wei Binghai and the other two, they wouldn't be able to go too deep into the Dragon Ice Canyon. That way, they wouldn't be able to complete the Monster Hunter mission. Although Shi Yueying's and Jiang Liuxue's battle prowess was far inferior to the three of them, they could still play an important role at a crucial moment. Without the two of them, they really wouldn't be able to continue on this trip. We are just going to avoid conflict and go back to accept another mission, Jiang Liuxue said indifferently. She glanced at Kong Shinmu and said, "This is our friend, and we have a very good relationship. I'm afraid that young Master Wei might have some opinions about him, so it's better if we don't go together." Oh. Liuxue, what you said is wrong. Wei Binghai walked over and laughed. Since he's your friend, why don't we go to the Dragon Ice Canyon together? I'm not a narrow-minded person, so don't worry. I won't make things difficult for him. Afterwards, he turned his head and sized up Kong Shinmu. He's just an ordinary black dragon. Although he's the inheritor of the heavenly dragon's essence blood, I don't care about him at all. After all, he won't pose any threat to me. Since that's the case, let's go. The lady of the couple, Yu Rushin, smiled like a flower. To her, it really didn't matter who she went with. The more people, the better. That way, completing the Monster Hunter mission would be a little easier. Jiang Shenwu glanced at Wei Binghai and noticed a wisp of killing intent flashing between Wei Binghai's brows. He knew that this kid had aroused killing intent towards him. If he were to travel with Wei Binghai on this trip, he would probably bring about a fatal disaster. However, why would Kong Shinmu be afraid? If they really fought, Kong Shinmu would definitely not lose to this kid. In fact, he would be able to completely crush him. Since that's the case, I'll do as you say. Kong Shinmu smiled faintly and nodded. He did not say anything else and allowed Jiang Liuxue and Shi Yueying to stay behind. Most importantly, he could see a dragon bone pendant hanging around Wei Binghai's neck with a single glance. Although the dragon bone pendant was small, it was definitely a part of the corpse of a divine dragon that was at least a holy dragon. It might even be the essence blood of a dragon king. Moreover, the core of the dragon bone pendant contained extremely dense essence blood of a divine dragon. If Kong Shinmu could devour it, he would definitely take a huge step towards becoming a holy dragon. Of course, Wei Binghai had not sensed the essence blood of a divine dragon in the core of the dragon bone pendant. It was only because they were far away from the sealing dragon abyss that the black dragon consciousness in Kang Shinmu's body could sense the existence of the essence blood. On Wei Binghai's body, the dragon bone pendant was at most a small treasure that could slightly increase his usual cultivation speed. However, to Kang Shinmu, this was a great item that could allow the essence blood of a divine dragon in his body to rapidly advance. It was precisely because of this that Kang Shinmu did not object to the other party's suggestion. He immediately agreed to set off with them to the Dragon Ice Canyon for training. It would be fine if Wei Binghai did not make any moves. Chapter 40-27. The Dragon Ice Canyon was located in the west of Dragon Ice City. It was a place where demonic beasts gathered, and it was a place where Dragon Ice City's martial cultivators often went to train. For dragon warriors, training was a very important part of improving their strength. Without going through tempering, regardless of whether it was the dragon martial skill or the use of talent, it would be very difficult to improve. Moreover, the ice-type demonic beasts in the Dragon Ice Canyon all had a special material in their bodies, the ice core. This ice core could be used to forge special dragon weapons. No matter what kind of dragon weapon it was, after adding the ice core, it could increase its resistance against ice-type talent. For the dragon warriors of the Yen Dragon Emperor's dynasty, this was a sharp weapon against the northern Chill Dragon country. Wei Binghai led the couple, Su Wuji, Yu Ruxin, and Kang Shinmu all the way to the Dragon Ice Canyon. Their goal was to kill 3 ice-type demonic beasts equivalent to the 9th tier of the God Martial Realm, which was equivalent to a peak Heavenly Fae, and obtain 3 6th-grade ice cores. The demonic beasts in the Dragon Ice Canyon all had ice cores of different grades. Among them, demonic beasts equivalent to the 1st to 4th tier of the God Martial Realm would have 4th-grade ice cores. Demonic beasts equivalent to the 5th to 8th tier of the God Martial Realm would have 5th-grade ice cores. Only demonic beasts equivalent to the 9th tier of the God Martial Realm, which was the 9th tier of the Heavenly Fae, would have 6th-grade ice cores. The value of a 6th-grade ice core was at least 10 times that of a 5th-grade ice core, and at least 30 times that of a 4th-grade ice core. However, it was too difficult for Wei Binghai, Su Wuji, and Yu Ruxin to kill a 9th-tier Heavenly Fae demonic beast. They needed someone to restrain the demonic beast from the side before they had a chance to attack. Moreover, they could only choose demonic beasts that were more suitable for them to deal with. Otherwise, even a 9th-tier Heavenly Fae demonic beast would have different abilities, and it was very likely that Wei Binghai and the others would be killed. If they could obtain these 3 6th-grade ice cores and hand them over to the Demon Hunter Association, they would be able to get a total of 100,000 Demon Hunter points. This was a huge amount of points. It must be known that Kang Shinmu had only spent 100,000 Monster Hunter points to exchange for a Grade 4 body-tempering dragon-type martial technique, the Magic Crystal. In other words, this mission was equivalent to Kang Shinmu doing Monster Hunter quests alone for several months. Of course, the difficulty of this mission was much higher than what Kang Shinmu had accepted. Even though Kang Shinmu's strength had increased a lot compared to before, if he were to accept this mission alone, it would be extremely difficult. Although Kang Shinmu had the ability to complete it alone, the time and hard work required would definitely not be little. Soon, the 6 of them transformed into their divine dragon forms and flew above the Dragon Ice Canyon. There were certain conditions for dragon martial artists to train in the Dragon Ice Canyon. In order to prevent the demonic beasts in the Dragon Ice Canyon from being slaughtered indiscriminately, leading to their extinction, the Dragon Ice Canyon was protected by the Demon Hunters Association. Only those who accepted the Demon Hunters Association's mission were qualified to enter the Dragon Ice Canyon to hunt demonic beasts. Above the Dragon Ice Canyon, there was a layer of translucent barrier, and other places were inaccessible. Only at the entrance of the Dragon Ice Canyon could one use the pass token given by the Demon Hunters Association to open a gap in the protective barrier. Hence, the 6 of them quickly landed at the entrance of the Dragon Ice Canyon. Looking into the canyon, all they could see was a frosty forest. The cold wind and snow blew continuously, and the scene of wind and snow swaying could be seen everywhere in the canyon. With the exception of Kong Shinmu, the other 5 were already very familiar with the environment of the Dragon Ice Canyon, especially Wei Binghai. He had been training in the Dragon Ice Canyon ever since he became a dragon martial artist. The difference was that when he was in the Dragon Ascension realm, he could only move around the entrance of the Dragon Ice Canyon. Once he went deeper into the canyon, he would definitely die. As for now, he could head to the middle section of the Dragon Ice Canyon to find some Sky Fae realm demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were suitable opponents for him to train against at his current stage. However, he had to find opponents that were stronger than him at his current stage, or else there would not be any training effect. As for the Demon Hunter mission they had accepted, to kill 3 9th-tier Sky Fae demonic beasts was a challenge for Kong Shinmu. Do you still remember the Sky Fae bone-piercing cold spider that appeared during the Jiang tribal clan's training? At this moment, Jiang Liuxue smiled at Kong Shinmu and mentioned the past. Kong Shinmu nodded. He naturally remembered this matter. The appearance of the bone-piercing cold spider Sky Fae had caused great losses to the Jiang tribal clan. Later on, several Nirvana Tribulation Realm true dragon martial artists joined forces to suppress and kill it. To the Kong Shinmu of that time, the bone-piercing cold spider Sky Fae was completely undefeatable. Even the subordinates of the bone-piercing cold spider were 6th or 7th tier Earth Fae. It was extremely difficult for Kong Shinmu to kill them, but to the current Kong Shinmu, as long as the conditions allowed, he could even kill a Sky Fae bone-piercing cold spider. The difference between the true Dragon Blood Essence inheritance and the Sky Dragon Blood Essence inheritance was so great. A few Nirvana Tribulation Realm true dragon martial artists would need to join forces to be a match for the bone-piercing cold spider. But a Sky Dragon Blood Essence inheritor, even one who had stepped into the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, could easily kill the bone-piercing cold spider. Fortunately, Kong Shinmu, Wei Binghai, and the others were all inheritors of the Sky Dragon Blood Essence. So even if their cultivation levels were not too high, it was still possible to deal with a 9th-tier Sky Fae. As long as they were careful and familiarized themselves with the opponent's habits and attack methods, killing 3 peak Sky Fae was still possible. Originally, Wei Binghai and the others only had 5 people. Now, with the addition of Kong Shinmu, the situation had become extremely stable. But to Wei Binghai and the other 2, they did not feel that the addition of Kong Shinmu would be of any help to their hunting mission. After all, Kong Shinmu was only at the 6th tier of the Divine Martial Realm. He was the same as the dragon couple, Su Wuji and Yu Ruxin. In a battle, he would only be able to restrain the Sky Fae. They mainly needed to rely on Wei Binghai's strength. In a moment, when the battle starts, you will work together with the 2 of them to restrain the Sky Fae. Do you understand? Leave the frontal battle to me. With your current cultivation level, if you are attacked by a peak Sky Fae head-on, you will probably die. Wei Binghai glanced at Kong Shinmu and said somewhat disdainfully. Kong Shinmu naturally did not pay much attention to his words. Instead, he glanced at the dragon bone pendant on Wei Binghai's neck and smirked, but he did not say anything. Chapter 40-28. There were many dragon martial artists training in the Dragon Ice Canyon. However, the majority of them were only training in the Dragon Ice Canyon, hunting some ice-attributed earth demons. The strength of these earth demons was equivalent to Dragon Ascension stage martial cultivators, and these earth demons' bloodlines were not very pure, so they were not very strong. Only a small number of dragon practitioners would go to the middle section of the Dragon Ice Canyon to train, and only those who had reached the Divine Martial Realm dared to go there. As for the depths of the Dragon Ice Canyon, very few dragon practitioners went there, because there were many earth demons that surpassed the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Ordinary dragon practitioners would be courting death if they went there. And dragon practitioners who had reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm didn't need to hunt earth demons to improve themselves. Jiang Xinwu's group of 6 flew towards the middle section of the Dragon Ice Canyon. Very quickly, they slowed down. This was because it was very easy to be surrounded and attacked by heavenly demons in this area. Once they fell into such a situation, it would be very difficult to escape. Wei Binghai completely looked down on Kang Xinmu, so he told him to watch from the side when the fight started. Kang Xinmu was also happy to relax. Anyway, after the mission was completed, the 6 of them would definitely split the Demon Hunter points equally. To him, he didn't have to do anything to get Demon Hunter points, so why not? After a while, Wei Binghai, who was walking at the front, stopped, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. He lowered his voice and said to everyone, "There's a heart-freezing Fong at the 9th layer of Sky Demon ahead, and there are no other Earth Demons around. It's something we can deal with. Su Wuji, go lure the heart-freezing Fong over." The heart-chilling bone tooth was a relatively rare type of demon beast. Its entire body was made of white bones, with very little flesh and blood. Countless ice crystals were attached to the white bones, and even its eyes were made of ice crystals. His strength was rather terrifying. Although he was only at the 9th level of the Sky Demon realm and had yet to break through to the Sky Demon realm, in terms of combat strength, he was completely comparable to a dragon warrior at the 2nd level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. However, Wei Binghai wasn't afraid. After he gave the order, he saw Su Wuji suddenly running forward. His entire body turned into an ice dragon, roaring as he charged at the resting heart-chilling bone fangs. Frigid Heart Bone Fong had the appearance of a dinosaur, but it was only an ice skeleton. It was originally lying on the ground, resting leisurely. It did not expect an ice dragon to suddenly rush over, immediately enraging it. If it was a Nirvana Tribulation dragon warrior, it would be fine. But this ice divine dragon was only at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. How dare it provoke it? Han Xian suddenly opened his mouth and stood up. His 4 bony legs jumped up high, and a terrifying cold force surged toward Su Wuji's ice dragon god. Su Wuji was startled. When the heart-chilling bone Fong was lying on the ground, it was only 6 meters tall. It looked like a tiny dot, but when it stood up, it was over 60 meters tall and over 300 meters long. It was actually about the same size as Su Wuji's ice divine dragon. The sudden attack of cold force caused Su Wuji to retreat subconsciously. He used a dragon-like movement technique and escaped from the heart-chilling Bonefang's attack range. Han Xian was naturally unhappy that someone had disturbed his rest. He did not even think about it and chased after Su Wuji's ice divine dragon. However, the next moment, 2 other ice dragons suddenly rushed out of the forest. They were Wei Binghai and Yu Ruxin. Su Wuji also turned around. The 3 ice dragons used a terrifying dragon-like attack technique at the same time. Endless cold force poured down like a torrential rain, landing on the heart-chilling Bonefang. They had originally thought that they could at least heavily injure the heart-chilling Bonefang with a sneak attack. Unfortunately, the heart-chilling Bonefang reacted far too quickly in the face of danger. He subconsciously gathered his ice demon energy and formed an icy whirlwind around his body. A terrifying force exploded around the heart-chilling Bonefang, but it was unable to touch his body at all. It was unable to harm him at all. What? Wei Binghai did not expect this to happen. He had heard of the heart-chilling Bonefang before, but he did not think that it had such a powerful reaction speed. However, no matter what, they had already clashed with the heart-chilling Bonefang. No matter what, they had to use everything they had. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would all die here today. Wei Binghai did not care about the others. In any case, he definitely could not die. Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue also transformed into their dragon forms and surrounded the heart-chilling Bone Fang. The two of them mainly focused on restraining this demon. They only needed to use their dragon-like techniques from afar. There was no need for them to get close to it. If they got close, they were afraid that the heart-chilling Bone Fang would be able to kill them in one move. Kang Xinmu was watching the situation from afar. He frowned slightly. The strength of the heart-chilling Bone Fang far surpassed Wei Binghai and the others. If they were to fight head-on, Wei Binghai and the others would definitely lose. There was something wrong with the way this brat chose his opponents. It's fine if he gets himself killed. If I am not here, I'm afraid that even Shi Yueying and Jiang Liuxue will be killed by him. Kang Xinmu coldly snorted. He finally transformed into a black dragon and flew in the direction of the heart-chilling Bone Fang. Because he had been moving around in the extreme frost ice field, he had devoured a lot of ice energy. Therefore, his resistance towards ice attribute energy had always been maintained at an extremely high state. Therefore, even though he was facing the powerful heart-chilling Bone Fang, which was equivalent to the second layer of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear or retreat. It was true that if the heart-chilling Bone Fang fought against Kang Xinmu with his physical strength, Kang Xinmu might not be its match. However, if he used his innate talent to fight against the opponent's ice demon energy, Kang Xinmu would definitely emerge victorious. Purple Ice Arrow Rain, kill! Wei Binghai shouted. The innate talent of Blizzard erupted from his body and formed countless ice crystal arrows that rained down from the sky above the Dragon Ice Canyon. Every ice crystal arrow contained an extremely powerful penetrative power. If he were to fight against an ordinary demon beast, he would definitely be able to kill them all. The purple ice condensed into arrows and shot towards the heart-chilling Bone Fang. At the same time, the pair of dragon martial artists, Su Wuji and Yu Ruxin, also unleashed their own powerful dragon martial techniques. Ice energy whistled out from both sides and landed on the heart-chilling Bone Fang, completely shattering the ice demon energy barrier that the heart-chilling Bone Fang had just condensed. After all, the combined strength of the three of them attacking together was extraordinary. The demon energy barrier that the heart-chilling Bone Fang had casually condensed was not enough to withstand their attacks. Chapter 40-29. The heart of Han Gu was enraged. It was born in this Dragon Ice Canyon. Since it was a child, it had killed many dragon warriors who came to provoke it. If it was someone with a higher cultivation than it would run away as soon as it saw them. It was impossible for it to fight with them. But now, this group of puny dragon martial artists, who were 2 or 3 levels weaker than it, dared to jump around in front of it. How could it tolerate it? This was contempt for the heart of Han Gu clan. It would not let them off easily. At the next moment, Han Xian didn't have the slightest intention of dodging Wei Binghai's rain of arrows. Instead, he straightened his bony body and withstood the rain of arrows. Pft, pft, pft. The purple ice innate ability seemed to pierce through the heart, piercing through the heart of the Frostbone Fangs. However, the heart of the Frostbone Fangs were made of white bones, and there were countless cracks on its body. This rain of purple ice arrows mostly passed through the cracks on its body, landing on the ground of the Dragon Ice Canyon. As for the few that landed on the heart of Han Gu's body, the bony white bones were extremely hard. The purple ice arrows could not break through the surface layer of the bony white bones, let alone hurt the heart of Han Gu. On the other hand, Shi Yueying released a dragon martial technique. The 5 extremes mysterious ice energy gushed out from the mouth of the divine dragon and transformed into a light beam of the 5 extremes mysterious ice energy. That chilling heart-bone tooth paid attention to it for a moment and dodged it without thinking. This was because the 5 extremes mysterious ice force was one of the extreme ice attribute powers. It was of a much higher grade than the ice attribute power that the heart of Han Gu possessed. Therefore, it subconsciously wanted to dodge. However, after it dodged, it found that the dragon martial artist who used this move was actually a weakling in the fourth divine martial realm. This immediately made it even more unhappy. How could such a weak dragon martial artist be able to control an extreme frost power like the 5 extreme mystic ice power? Even the heart of Han Gu, as powerful as it was, could not obtain such power. It had never thought that if Shi Yueying had lived as long as it had, she would have long since reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm or even surpassed the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Unfortunately, Han Xi and Guya did not realize that Shi Yueying, who had lived for less than a tenth of its time, now already possessed the strength to kill it together with the other dragon warriors. Heart-chilling Bonfang matured after 100 years. When it matured, it would have the cultivation level of a 9th firmament sky demon. This heart-chilling Bonfang had lived for about 100 years. If it wanted to compete with Shi Yueying in terms of cultivation, it would naturally win easily. Unfortunately, even though it had lived for a long time, it did not mean that it would be able to survive the situation today. Demon beasts usually died at the hands of dragon warriors who were weaker than them. Otherwise, once they met a dragon warrior with a higher cultivation level than them, they would definitely escape at the first moment. It was impossible for them to face the dragon warrior head-on. Han Xian and Guya saw that this group of dragon warriors had not even reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm. They looked down on them and did not take them seriously at all. Even if there was a dragon warrior who had the 5 extremes mysterious ice force, so what? It roared and spewed out a burst of cold demon power from its mouth. It turned into a cold whirlpool and rushed toward Su Wuji, who was closest to it. Seeing this, Su Wuji subconsciously wanted to dodge, but the cold whirlpool was too fast, making it difficult for him to dodge. Therefore, he could only subconsciously urge the innate talent of ice in his body to condense layers of ice crystal walls in front of the cold whirlpool, trying to defend against it. Unfortunately, Su Wuji's strength was far inferior to Han Xian and Guya's. One was in the 6th firmament of the divine martial realm, and the other was equivalent to the 2nd firmament of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. The strength of both sides was not on the same level. Su Wuji's ice crystal walls only lasted for a breath's time. The next moment, it was completely smashed by the cold whirlpool. The terrifying power descended, causing Su Wuji, who had transformed into an ice dragon, to fall heavily on the ground of the Dragon Ice Canyon, smashing into pieces of ice. Wuji! Yurushin immediately cried out in worry when she saw this. However, she was unable to check on Su Wuji's wounds at a time like this, as once she retreated, Wei Binghai would be the only one left to face the heart-freezing Fang, and only death would await him. As a result, she was filled with grief and indignation. All the innate ice power in her body surged out, turning into a screen of ice that filled the sky. She wanted to trap the Guya within it. The cold innate ice power caused the surroundings to be filled with snow and ice. Very soon, the Guya was enveloped by the screen of ice. The screen of ice rapidly hardened, turning into an ice prison very soon. Unfortunately, before it could harden, the cold whirlpool of the Guya's demon power erupted and completely shattered the screen of ice. After shattering the screen of ice, the cold whirlpool of demon power extended towards Yurushin. It condensed into a cold streak of light and arrived in the blink of an eye. Be careful. Jiang Liuxue warned from the side. The heavenly profound jade fire dragon she had transformed into suddenly charged over, and a jet of jade flames descended from the sky, landing on the cold whirlpool of demon power. As the cold whirlpool had just shattered the screen of ice, it had already expended some of its power. Moreover, Jiang Liuxue's power of jade flames was the bane of the ice demon power, so the jet of jade flames completely blocked the cold whirlpool of demon power, shattering it in mid-air. The collision of their powers erupted in the sky above the Dragon Ice Canyon like fireworks between ice and fire. The beauty of it was intoxicating, but no one present was in the mood to appreciate it. This was because the Guya was just too powerful. It had even surpassed Wei Binghai's initial expectations. Isn't the Guya only a 9th-layer heavenly demon? Why does its strength surpass that of a 9th-layer heavenly demon? It might even surpass the level of a heavenly demon. Wei Binghai gritted his teeth. The heavenly profound jade fire dragon he had transformed into was a little afraid to advance. Su Wuji had been heavily injured by the opponent in a single move, and his consciousness had already blurred. Wei Binghai knew that even if he went up, he would not be a match for the Guya. It seemed like he had chosen the wrong target from the very beginning. The Guya's strength far exceeded that of a 9th-layer heavenly demon. 6 dragon practitioners surrounded a single heavenly demon. Although they were all at the divine martial realm, there was no problem if they worked together well. However, they had underestimated the Guya's strength, which resulted in them not being prepared at the very beginning. As a result, they had lost a member in an instant. With Su Wuji's heavy injuries, the situation was extremely unfavorable for the dragon practitioners. It was also at this moment that the black dragon Kong Shinmu had transformed into appeared. Halberd of the Heavenly Sage, kill. The dragon-grade dragon armament erupted, and countless golden halberds condensed in mid-air before descending towards the Guya. This kid actually has such a powerful dragon armament, but with his strength, he's definitely no match for the Guya. Wei Binghai's eyes darted around as he thought of an idea.